Alright, that should be better. You guys should be able to hear me now.
Alright, that should be better.
Alright, I've got my own stream audio on. My goodness. Yeah, whenever I unplug my frickin' microphone, my classic Blue Yeti here, whenever I unplug it for any amount of time, I forget that I always have to, redo my settings when I go back into OBS, which may include just straight up reconnecting the microphone. Anyway, welcome to today's stream. Still need to wait for people to start filing in. If y'all are in chat, feel free to comment, contribute. Today we're doing a bit of Jewish history. We have 2 videos up to react to. We've got the Dreyfus Affair and Jews in the 13 Colonies. Great Olaf, hello! You've been looking forward to these. Yeah, you might have been. I've gotten a couple of recommendations for Sam Aronow. And it might be you. I know someone in particular has been commenting for a while, asking for these videos. So, apology that it's taken so long to get to them. But as I sort of often describe, I've got quite a few reactions planned out. And so it is kind of difficult to slot them in there. Plus, this is on quite a different topic than we usually go for, but definitely an interesting one. I would definitely like to do more Jewish history on the channel. There's a lot of topics that I would like to do more of. Jewish history, Asian history, Latin American history, a ton of different stuff. That I want to do over time, and I'm slowly trying to get to a lot of those different topics. In terms of, Jewish history, of course we've touched on Jewish history in some of the videos that we've done, right? It's kind of hard not to touch on Jewish history because we do a lot of ancient classical history, and we also do a fair amount of modern European history. And so, of course, doing those topics, you do briefly interact with Jewish history every once in a while, but not very deeply. And Sam Aronow seemed a pretty good place to start. I've never watched his videos before, so this will be a first time for me, but they seem pretty popular. A lot of different interesting topics. I was looking through his videos and his channel. He talks about how he wants to sort of contextualize Jewish history in a global context. Sounds interesting to me. And so, the 2 we're doing today, we've got Jews in the 13 Colonies, so Jews in the colonial American context. Now, this is a video that I saw pop up on my recommended a while ago, so I know it's sort of been going around the community. And then we've also got the Dreyfus Affair. And I chose this one because it's a topic that I know a bit about. So I feel I can actually give some commentary on it. Unlike some of the other topics. It was a pretty important moment in sort of modern European Jewish history. It's sort of a big event, right? And so I think it'll be an interesting one to touch on. All right, I sit down to stream and I get like 5 texts all of a sudden. Alrighty, so we're still sort of letting people file in, but unless you guys have anything you want to bring up before we start, I say we just jump into these reactions. So we're going to begin with Jews in the 13 Colonies, and then we're going to move to the Dreyfus Affair. So, let me get my... here we go. Olaf. His first few chronological episodes are a bit rough around the edges, but he hits his stride fairly quickly. Alright, sounds good. Greatest empire, asks Bart Roger. Are you asking me what I believe the greatest empire of all time is? You know what? I don't even know. That's quite a big question. I mean, I think the greatest empire by extent is the British Empire. Yes, I believe the Brits conquered the most amount of territory or the most amount of people. So there's definitely an argument to be made for the British Empire. The Mongols spanned an absolutely insane amount of territory. So you'd also be served well bringing them up. I will say, if you've seen my channel, then you'll know I have a definite soft spot for the Roman Empire. I'm a big fan of Roman history, and I think it's a fascinating, adaptable empire that, spanned the sort of classical Mediterranean world and survived over a very long period of time. So, yeah, I would probably point out the British Empire, the Mongols, and the Romans, though, I think there's a number of empires you could bring up if you're talking about the greatest empire. Not to mention, many of them I'm probably quite unfamiliar with, like any African or Asian empires, sort of history that I'm far less familiar with, so there's probably a lot that I'm missing. Alright, good question to start off on. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk about more empires down the line. I say we jump into Jews in the 13 Colonies by Sam Aronow. We might have to do a bit of audio balancing as we jump into this.
New Amsterdam, the 7th of September, 1654.
All right.
23 bedraggled passengers.
And by the way, spelled, I presume the Dutch spelling of New Amsterdam.
Mostly women and children, disembark on dry land for the first time in weeks, and their first time on Dutch soil in more than 7 months. In that time, they have suffered through war, storms, rough seas, and marooning by pirates. Their arrival here was not planned, but everyone knows who they are. A stranger greets them at the dock. He's heard rumors about these people, and as he speaks to them, their intentions become clear. Unable to pay for even their passage here, they will not be returning to Europe. These are the 23 passengers of the lost Dutch merchant vessel Valk, and from this day forward, they will be remembered as the first American Jews.
Wow. Oh, interesting. So how about that? We're talking about New Amsterdam, which, for those that don't know, will become... it is New York. It'll be renamed New York by the British settlers down the line. Of course, initially a Dutch colony. It's sort of interesting because I think New York... sort of modern New York has really been characterized by its Jewish population. That's a really famous aspect of the city's life. And we're looking at very early New York history, New Amsterdam. And we already have the involvement of Jewish people. Fascinating. Talk about a long-standing tradition. Seth, could you react to extra credits videos about Genghis Khan and Otto von Bismarck? Yes, I could. The Otto von Bismarck one is definitely on my radar, because I think Bismarck is a fascinating character, so I would absolutely like to do that at some point. And I'm unfamiliar with the Genghis Khan series, but I'll take a look at that. Obviously, he's a very prominent historical character, so yeah, I think both of those series could be interesting. And I absolutely intend to get to the Bismarck one. Hopefully sooner than later, but we'll see. I gotta finish their Frederick the Great series first. Then after Fred, we're doing Admiral Yi, which I know a lot of people were excited for. And then maybe Bismarck sometime after that.
But were they? Because the early history of Jews in North America is maddeningly imprecise.
Yeah, this is true, Roman. I feel like there's always an undercurrent of interest in the Mongols amongst, my fans, but also all history fans. Hey, Shad's here. How you doing, Shad? Good to see you here at the stream. Hadrian's rolling in the underworld right now. And yeah, I think I'm excited for the Admiral Yi reaction, you know? It'll be our first real East Asian history we've done on the channel, and I hope to sort of expand from there, do some more Asian, particularly East Asian. You know, we could do some Japanese, Korean, Chinese, all that good stuff. So Admiral Yi will be a good way to step into that, because I know a lot of people very much enjoy that series of videos.
Precise. And calling anyone the first American Jews will necessarily invite disagreement. To start with, these were not the first people of Jewish birth to reach the New World. Among the crew members of Columbus's first voyage to what he thought was the East Indies was Luis de Torres, an Arabic translator who had chosen to abandon Judaism in accordance with the Alhambra Decree. For reasons unknown, Columbus himself actively encouraged the belief that he had a Jewish background, but his family history shows no evidence of this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that's completely fine, Shad. Just glad to see you pop in, you know. Hope you've been doing okay. Yeah, feel free to take whatever time you need, you know. It's always good to see you around, but, you know, hope you're doing all right, buddy, and feel free to talk anytime you want. Or not. Totally up to you.
I guess it was the 15th century equivalent of claiming to be 1/64th Cherokee. Nor were they the first self-identified Jews in North America.
So are they really the first Jews in America then? That's the real question. I mean, you know, we're talking about settlement in New Amsterdam, but of course there was a lot of settlement in the Americas before we reached the sort of Dutch and English settlements of North America.
In 1585, Sir Ralph Lane recruited a Jewish mining engineer named Joachim Gans to be part of the initial expedition to colonize Roanoke Island.
Huh.
This was not the lost colony of Roanoke, but rather the failed colony that preceded it. Accordingly, Gans soon found himself back in England, where his Jewish identity was uncovered by local officials in Bristol, and he was tried by the Privy Council for blasphemy.
Uh-oh.
His ultimate fate is unknown, but he was most likely deported. No, as it turns out, the first Jewish community in North America began life as the first Jewish community in South America. In 1630, during the height of the 30 Years' War, the Dutch invaded and captured northern Brazil from Portugal.
Okay. Sort of interesting to see the Jewish settlement that comes along with Dutch colonies. Of course, it also makes sense if we think of Spain and Portugal, who, of course, these are the two main powers that colonize South America. I would say, not that any European power is particularly pro-Jewish at this point, but they would probably be considered particularly anti-Jewish. I mean, we have the Spanish Inquisition, Reconquista still isn't that far in the past, and Portugal has sort of similar radically pro-Catholic views, and, you know, treatment of Jews was extremely bad. In fact, if we look at Reconquista of the Iberian Peninsula, you know, Portugal and Spain, the main goal of that was to push out the Muslims who were currently residing there, but along with that came the pushing out or forced conversion of any Jews who were living there. And actually, a large number of Jews left the Iberian Peninsula at that point and went to settle in the Ottoman Empire that welcomed them with open arms. I mean, you can sort of see why, a bit of a common cause there, at least in terms of Reconquista. And so, if we're talking about any Spanish or Portuguese colonies, yeah, I would not expect a large number of Jewish colonists. But Dutch colonies seem to have been a different picture, and I'm not entirely sure why. I know that the Dutch Republic was relatively more tolerant in a lot of ways compared to some of the surrounding powers. So maybe it was something to do with that.
Which at the time was itself controlled by Spain. 11 years later, a community of 700 Jews from Amsterdam was sent to establish the Karl Zur congregation in the capital Mauritsstad under the leadership of future anti-Spinozist and Sabbatean Isaac Abuab de Fonseca.
Anti-Spinozist, he says. Spinoza was a very prominent Jewish philosopher, around this sort of time period, so that's what that refers to.
However, local resistance against Dutch rule was unrelenting, and when the newly liberated Portuguese took back the region in 1654, a fleet of ships evacuated the Jewish community back to Amsterdam. That is except for one ship, the Valk, which was diverted by a storm to the Caribbean and captured by pirates, leaving her 23 passengers stranded in Cuba. There, they were discovered by Spanish authorities and deported to New Amsterdam on the French ship St. Catherine. Arriving there in September, the 23 refugees were welcomed by a fellow Jew, a Lithuanian-born butcher named Asser Levy who had arrived just 2 weeks earlier. They were not welcomed by the Dutch governor, Peter Stuyvesant. A Dutch Reformed fundamentalist and outspoken anti-Semite, Stuyvesant wrote to the Dutch West India Company demanding that the new Jewish arrivals be deported on both racial and religious grounds.
Yeah, I talked about the relative tolerance of the Dutch Republic. It's worth remembering the key word there is relative, right? I don't think any state at this point was particularly tolerant, some more than others, and anti-Semitism was extremely widespread. I mean, we're talking about the 1600s here. Even when we move forward to the next century, the next couple of centuries, even thinkers we might think of as secular or progressive, a lot of Enlightenment thinkers were extremely anti-Semitic. Olaf says, just wait, this gets funny. Okay, I'm ready to see it.
Levy interceded against Stuyvesant to let the 23 Jews remain by their rights as Dutch citizens, but ultimately that decision would be up to the Dutch West India Company back in Amsterdam. At the same time, the Second Northern War had broken out, leading Stuyvesant to conscript all adult men into the colonial militia in order to invade neighboring New Sweden, except for the Jews, whom Stuyvesant instead required to pay a special tax. Levy also lobbied against this imposition. As it turned out, the Dutch West India Company, which employed Jewish workers and by this time had even acquired some Jewish board members, wrote back to Stuyvesant saying that they understood his concerns, but after considering the matter had ruled quite confidently that he should go f*** himself.
Alright, let me see the text of that note.
Board members wrote back to Stuyvesant.
We would like to effectuate and fulfill your wishes and request new territories. No more be allowed to be infected by people of the Jewish nation. We find that somewhat unreasonable and unfair, especially because of the considerable loss sustained by this nation with others in the taking of Brazil, as also because of the large amount of capital which they still have invested in the shares of this company. They're like, yeah, so we have a lot of Jewish settlers and Jewish board members, man.
Saying that they understood his concerns, but after considering the matter had ruled quite...
Therefore, after many deliberations, we finally decided and resolved to apostille upon a certain petition presented by said Portuguese Jews that these people may travel and trade to and in New Netherland, continue to live there. Yeah, I mean, you will now govern yourself accordingly, that last line. That's exactly what they said. They said, yeah, so we're not interested in your opinion. We have Jewish settlers. We have Jewish board members. They're allowed to live here. You know, go screw yourself.
Quite confidently that he should go f*** himself. When New Netherland fell to the English in 1664, the new rulers didn't just maintain the personal liberties Jews had enjoyed as Dutch citizens. In 1672, the King's Council ruled that they were now English citizens. And over the next several decades, various court rulings established a path to citizenship for new Jewish immigrants to the renamed colony of New York. For reference, Jews weren't eligible for citizenship in England.
Yeah.
But even if New York...
I mean, if we look at the England of this time, we're talking mid to late 17th century. I mean, not only were they extremely anti-Semitic, but they were extremely anti-Catholic. And that's probably the prejudice that gets a little more attention. You know, they were extremely Protestant. You know what I mean? They did not want citizenship, rights, to go to any people of other religions. They were particularly worried, the English people of this time were particularly worried about government positions being taken up by Catholics in particular, but also Jews. I think Jews were usually less on the mind because they were always worried about the Catholic menace in England with the Catholic powers they were rivals and often at wars with. But I imagine a similar principle would apply to the Jewish population. So this is exactly right, even though we've already seen some, mistreatment and disparate treatment of Jews in the New World. It's kind of tough to be as bad as it was in the Old World.
York's Jews were citizens on paper, they faced constant discrimination from local authorities, who attempted to blackball them from opening businesses or even building.
I also like Brookland here, which presumably is Brooklyn. Became Brooklyn from Brookland at some point.
A dedicated synagogue well into the 18th century.
Wow.
And yes, a synagogue. Even a century on, only 300 Jews lived in New York, by which time they were no longer the only or even the largest Jewish community in British America. In 1658, a handful of Jews who had only recently arrived in England resettled in Rhode Island, which had been founded on the basis of religious tolerance by a breakaway sect of radical Puritans.
Yep, that's exactly right. Of course, we have the Massachusetts Bay Colony, which is one of the main colonies of early colonial America, sort of this radical Puritan colony. They want everybody to be Puritan and sort of live the Puritan style of life. And for some people, that's not what they want. And so Aronow puts it exactly right. Rhode Island was formed by a group of dissenters, also Puritan, but just not in line with the sort of Puritan orthodoxy of Massachusetts Bay. And so it had more tolerance than Massachusetts did.
As Newport became the most important way station for trade between Britain and the Caribbean, many more Jews continued to arrive in the colony, eventually dominating the manufacture of whale oil and other finished goods, which, as an American, they teach you in school that finished goods were only made in Britain, but anyone who's ever watched Antiques Roadshow knows otherwise. However, being the main way station between England and the Caribbean...
Yeah, well, we're taught in school that, the whole idea of the sort of British colonial mercantilist system is that the colonies are used for extraction of raw materials, and then they're sent back to Britain for manufacture. And sort of broadly, this is accurate. I mean, the Brits did mainly use the colonies for extraction of raw materials, whether we're talking about lumber or pelts, for example, or whale oil, a lot of things. But, of course, these were colonies with a lot of people settling and living there that developed over time. So, yeah, there was a fair amount of manufacturing indigenous to the Americas. They were doing their own manufacturing separate from just, being colonies built for export. Though, in many ways, they were colonies built for export. But when you sort of have a thriving society, it usually evolves past that.
Also meant that the colony became an integral part of the transatlantic slave trade. In the mid-18th century, yet another wave of escaping Portuguese conversos immigrated to Rhode Island, where they reverted to Judaism and took the focus of activity there from manufacturing to shipping, an industry that did not discriminate between raw materials, finished goods, or human beings. Between 1761 and 1774, a former shopkeeper named Aaron Lopez became the...
Yeah, no, that's exactly right, Roman. You're pointing out the map they showed with how massive the Iroquois Confederacy was. Yeah, I did a reaction sort of semi-recently, maybe a week or two ago, from Historia Civilis on the Iroquois Confederacy. And it is hard to remember sometimes, or easy to forget, how much of a powerhouse they were in the region. I mean, these several nations coming together, forming this confederation that covered so much land and so many people. I think it's sort of often forgotten that when we look at maps of America, throughout the, of course, 16, 17, 1800s, there is significant amounts of native settlement throughout the country. Particularly if we're talking about, sort of pre-mid-1800s, there are a lot of examples of rather big and powerful native nations that kind of get swept under the rug a little bit.
The wealthiest man in Rhode Island through his ownership of 21 of Newport's 347 registered ships. Ultimately, Lopez didn't get much out of his participation in this corrupt system. As much as we think of America as being founded on capitalism and new money, service in government was seen as much more prestigious and respectable, and it's something Lopez could never have, as Rhode Island had opted out of a provision in British law which allowed colonial governments to grant Jews citizenship. And he very quickly lost all his money too, as in 1774 the First Continental Congress boycotted trade with Britain, bankrupting the shipping industry. Before that could happen, Lopez donated a significant amount of money to cantor Isaac Turo and architect Peter Harrison to rebuild the local synagogue of Yeshuat Yisrael, better known as the Turo Synagogue, which has since become famous as the oldest standing synagogue in America.
Wow, how about that? And yeah, you're right, Roman. We usually see the sort of diminished version of the Iroquois Confederacy, which, like you said, mostly takes up land in New York. But as we saw there, at a certain point, it extended far, far beyond. Yeah.
Even by that time, Rhode Island's Jews probably numbered fewer than 100. By far the largest Jewish community in the 13 colonies was that of Charleston, South Carolina.
I keep getting surprised at where these Jewish communities are popping up. I definitely would not have guessed Charleston, South Carolina. But at this point, we're talking about a really small number of people. Of course, it's worth remembering that, the number of colonists overall still wasn't that many at this point. I mean, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but, across all of the 13 colonies that we often look at, you might be talking about, goodness, I don't even want to make a guess, but a really small number of people. So a very small number of Jewish residents as well, but that's also in comparison to a small number of settlers as a whole.
When the Carolina colony had first been founded in 1669, its charter had been written by the philosopher John Locke, who had explicitly included an invitation to Jews and other religious minorities.
Olaf has the numbers. By the 1770s, the full population of the 13 colonies was around 4 million. So that's probably more than I would have expected, but even so, first off, by the 1770s, so that's sort of relatively late, looking at what we're talking about, and also spanning across the entirety of the 13 colonies. Thank you for the provided numbers, though. And we've stopped on John Locke. I remember, and if Roman's still here, he can confirm this, when we were at a museum in North Carolina, we were reading all about John Locke and his benefactor. I think it's the Earl of Shaftesbury. And so John Locke was involved in this whole business of setting up the Carolina colony. Of course, it'd be split in two at one point. But that's sort of an interesting aside for such an important philosopher, intellectual. I mean, John Locke really is super important when we talk about this time period. His ideas are very important to the founding of the United States, and then also he was involved in establishing the Carolina colony. Like, how about that?
The first Jews arrived in Charleston in the 1690s, but in spite of Locke's best efforts, most colonists disapproved of the Jewish presence, and the community lingered in the single digits.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the South, I would imagine, if we're talking about the different colonies, the South would not be a good place for American Jews. Pretty Anglican at times, pretty severely Anglican. Not too much tolerance until quite a bit later than what we're talking about right now. Similar for colonies like the Massachusetts Bay Colony, Puritan, but also very extreme in their beliefs and certainly not tolerant of other religions. Now, of course, we have some states that are a little less extreme, like, for example, Pennsylvania. I'm wondering if we'll get to Pennsylvania in this video. It was, at this point, the most tolerant state in terms of religion. interestingly, until 1830, Charleston had more Jews than anywhere in North America. Huh. That is fascinating. Of course, if we're talking about... I mean, of course, the religious toleration would improve in the South following independence and the Constitution because, of course, we have the First Amendment, right? So that's religious toleration on a national level. But that's still an interesting thing to think about.
In the 1730s, it was the new colony of Georgia which attracted far more Jewish immigrants, mainly textile workers from London. But when a Spanish invasion from neighboring Florida raised fears of the Inquisition, which I'll note was still going on...
Oh, yeah. Very much worth pointing out. You would be surprised how long the Inquisition lasted, and you would be surprised just how radical some of these Catholic countries were until quite late. I mean, we're talking about one of the examples I always use is the earthquake in Lisbon, which was, goodness, I believe 1752. I'm going to fact check myself, so I'm not providing some false information. 1755. Damn, so close. But we think of the earthquake in Lisbon in 1755. That's pretty damn late. We're right in the middle of the 18th century. All this Enlightenment, religious toleration stuff is being tossed about. And following that earthquake, it is treated as a sort of punishment from God. And a bunch of people are hanged and burned in the streets. And some of these inquisitions are lasting until the 1800s. So we're talking about some real extreme religious radicalism. Burnings and executions up until sort of the early 1800s in many cases. So, this is, we often think of these things as more medieval concepts, and then, we move through the scientific revolution of the 17th century and the Enlightenment of the 18th century, and all that stuff is medieval and barbaric. It lasted pretty late. Shad points out the last execution of the Inquisition was in Spain in 1826. Damn, exactly right. That's probably later than you might expect. These are not necessarily medieval institutions. That may have been when they were founded, but they lasted beyond what many people think.
Opted to relocate to Charleston, making it the largest Jewish community on the continent by far.
Wow.
It was also the most ruthlessly racist, outright banning conversion by free people of color in an unprecedented violation of established Jewish law, as well as the fact that most, if not all, of those potential converts were the wives and children of Jewish congregants. Unfortunately, it was entirely in keeping with the prevailing attitudes in Charleston and other parts of the Deep South.
Yeah.
So thus far, we've seen that American Jews generally share the same social habits and political attitudes as their Gentile neighbors, with small Jewish communities scattered across numerous colonies with wildly different histories and cultures. Basically, American Jews had nothing in common with each other, with one exception. In 1775, war broke out between the colony of Massachusetts.
What is going on here? Transylvania. That is a very curious thing on this map. And Roman says, very good illustration of the lag between current philosophy and public and government actions. Very true. But obviously, Ulvania just means of the woods. Pennsylvania means Penn's woods. Transylvania, the one recognizable to us, is in the Balkans, today a part of Romania, though not always. And I honestly did not know that there was, I don't even know what we're talking about here, a territory at this point. I mean, this is mostly what would be called Indian land, right, and Trans is on the other side. So Wood's on the other side. But I don't know what this is. Is this some sort of territory or some sort of native land? I've just never seen this label here before. Very curious. The Transylvania colony was a short-lived, extra-legal colony founded in early 1775. Wow. Huh. And yeah, Olaf, on the other side of the woods, exactly. Yeah, wow, I've never heard of this little extra legal colony. Very interesting. Yeah. I'm curious about... I'm going to write that down. Transylvania colony. Maybe we can look into the context of that at some point.
Massachusetts and the occupying British forces, escalating to the Declaration of Independence by the brand new United States of America 15 months later.
Yep.
Now, we don't have time to get into the entire history of the American Revolution. There are other channels who have already done a very good job of that, and I recommend that you check them out. But what's important to know right now is that American independence was actually fairly controversial.
Maybe that's why it's not well known. And Olaf hasn't heard of it either. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't pointed out or anything. I only noticed it because I was looking at the west side of the map. Didn't exactly last a long time. Yeah, I always think those sort of things are interesting. Those colonies that don't exist anymore or are not remembered, or those states, like Franklin's state is a good example, that people proposed or were sort of unofficially around for a time but don't exist today or are not remembered by the public. Yeah.
Most Americans didn't support independence at the war's outset, and
What do we have here? Now, I will say, we're going to dig into these numbers, but any numbers like these are very difficult to gauge. So this is from Robert M. Calhoun, A Companion to the American Revolution. I'm not familiar with this author. So, according to this, we have 40 to 45% patriots, 35 to 45% undecided, 15 to 20% loyalists. The claim you always hear is, a third undecided, or a third neutral, a third patriots, a third loyalists. That's the claim that's sort of passed around. And, we're probably touching on some truth, which is that I think a large chunk of the American population, or the settlers, were sort of neutral, and then we have a minority of loyalists and patriots. But it's just real hard to estimate this kind of stuff. Yes, Light, we're actually, relatively on pace today. And on pace, we've done 9 minutes in 40 minutes, but we've actually gone a little bit quicker than normal. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Glad you could join us. But yeah, I think we're taking it a little quicker. There wasn't as much pre-video chat as we usually have, so we sort of jumped right into it. Yeah, this is true, Light. We didn't get caught up on a bunch of random Roman history topics as we usually do. And yeah, Shad, Britain was well within its right to impose taxes on the colonies. And the taxes were lower than those on Britain itself. But, you sort of have to think of the context of the actions. And it's worth remembering that the American colonies were sort of left alone relatively for quite a while. We're talking about, since many of these colonies were founded in the 1600s, they didn't have too much government oversight until during and after the 7 Years' War, which ended in 1763. And so, sure, the taxes imposed weren't actually that burdensome. They were lower than many of the taxes imposed on the British public, but these colonists were used to not dealing with this kind of stuff. We sometimes call it salutary neglect. They were left to govern their own affairs. They didn't have to pay that many taxes. They weren't beholden to the British government in too many ways. And so when you suddenly introduce a lot of that, and there's suddenly a big British military presence on the continent, you can see why a lot of people got pretty antsy. The stamp tax was a little silly. We have Roman making a Roman pun. Very nice, Roman. And then, Light dabbing context. America. Freedom. No taxes. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Look. The thing is, we can look at all of this in a global context. We have the 7 Years' War, which in America is referred to as the French and Indian War, which I think is a stupid name. It's a terrible name. The 7 Years' War bankrupted basically everybody who was involved. We're talking about Prussia, Britain, Austria, France. In fact, the 7 Years' War is an extremely important conflict in the late 1700s, and it leads to a lot of things down the line. American Revolution, French Revolution, reforms across Europe, some very key stuff. And so, yeah, Britain blew their treasury trying to protect the colonies. And so, the point you're making is that, Britain spent a bunch of money protecting these colonies, and all they wanted to do was tax the colonies and make some of their money back. Which, yeah, from that perspective is reasonable. But once again, from the perspective of the colonists, they're just like, well, you're putting all these impositions on us after 100 and how many years of salutary neglect, and now we have to deal with them. This is ridiculous. And yeah, as Olaf points out, it's called the French and Indian War because it was the British colonists, or the Americans, versus the French and their Indian allies. But first off, there were natives on both sides. Now, they overwhelmingly sided with the French, but there were some Indian allies on the Brit side. But also, who names a war after just, wouldn't it be... it should just be the American theater of the 7 Years' War, but you could call it, the French and Indian versus British colonists war. I guess that's a little too long, but French and Indian... I think the first time I heard that, I was like, oh, is it the French fighting the Indians? When I was in high school. And then very quickly you're like, no, that's not what it is. And yeah, war between France and Britain always bankrupts one of them. In this case, it bankrupted both of them. It led to the American Revolution, which screwed over Britain. And then it led to the French Revolution, which... I don't know if you say it screwed over France, but it certainly screwed over Louis at the top of France. Yeah, it's the word "and" that makes it weird. The French and Indian War. That's what throws it off. And yes, Shad is right. We probably shouldn't start renaming wars on who fought in them. But even still, French and Indian, just not a great name. Because modern American wars are just... that's exactly right. The name of the country war and... Yeah. Our fathers' fathers, and their father before them paid no taxes to Parliament. Why should we have to do so now? Yeah, so there's if you're talking about the taxes, there's there's precedents, aka they weren't paying taxes, they weren't really subject to many impositions from the crown, and now all of a sudden they're subject to a lot of impositions and a big British military presence, not to mention there was the whole rallying cry of no taxes without representation, or no taxation without representation. And that was also one of the other things that people were frustrated about, which is, first off, you're putting taxes on us, and you're governing us harshly, and we're not even allowed to contribute to the damn parliament. What's going on here? War should go by the hurricane system, and just pick a new alphabetical name for each new war. Yes. Our next war will just be like Dave's War. War Dave. And we just choose a new name for each one of them. Yeah, that would work incredibly effectively, I'm sure.
And a full fifth of colonists remained loyal to Britain through the entire war. Pro-British sentiment was strongest geographically in New York and the Deep South, where the majority of Jews lived. In fact, many Southern Highlanders...
Yeah, the Deep South was the most pro-British. Those goddamn traitors. And so, when we look at the British war strategy, one of the reasons the Brits pursued their southern strategy was that they said, well, the South is the most loyal to us, if we invade the South, we're going to get a lot of collaboration, a lot of loyalist supporters. Unfortunately for the Brits, that support did not materialize in the way they wanted it to. Because they were like, we're sick and tired of dealing with, upstart revolutionary New England. We're tired of dealing with these damn Puritans, Massachusetts, all this kind of stuff. There are rabble-rousers. And so, let's go to the South. They're going to help us out. And then the South didn't really help out the Brits. Yeah, and Light points out the contradiction of the fact that, no taxation without representation was one of the rallying cries of the American Revolution. And yet, since then and today, we have no taxation. We have taxation without representation in the United States. For example, D.C. That's probably the most pressing example right now. And then, of course, with other territories like Puerto Rico and Guam, territories that are taxed and don't have representation. I mean, they technically have representatives that, observe Congress, but they don't have any decision-making power. So this is a contradiction very fairly pointed out. Roman, Deep South having good political opinion challenge. Impossible. Until your boy Kingfish. Dude, I don't. Maybe you're pointing this out because you saw this, Roman. But in the Discord, I think earlier today I posted Huey Long's "Share the Wealth" "Share the Wealth" speech in the earliest 20th century World War II chat because it was on my mind. We got to do some Huey Long content at some point. I'm not sure if there's a lot of good Huey Long YouTube videos. But he is a real fascinating character, I'll tell you that much.
Loyal to the king lived on Jewish-owned land in the Appalachian foothills.
You didn't see that. Well, there you go. Just a bit of chance then. Yeah, the Kingfish was on my mind earlier today. Well, okay, I don't know if he's like my guy. The Kingfish is an interesting character, and there's a lot of flaws there. But, first off, he's fascinating, and second off, I mean, he did get stuff done, so he does provide a bit of a model. And he's just such an interesting character when we talk about interwar U.S. politics, and basically the multitude of responses to the crisis that was the Great Depression. We have a couple of different angles. Of course, we have the sort of laissez-faire angle that someone like Herbert Hoover primarily went with. We have someone like FDR, who basically went full-in Keynesian economics to save the economy and save capitalism. We have someone like Huey Long, who wanted to drag it further left. And then, of course, we have prominent communists and socialists of the era who felt like that was the way to go. Huey Long's mentioned in Alternate History Hub video examining the world of a Hearts of Iron mod. Huh. How about that?
And though far from homogeneous, ethnic and religious minorities were generally more likely to be Tory loyalists or undecided. And yet, Jewish support for American independence was somewhere in the neighborhood of 90%.
Hello!
Arguably because American Jews had the most to lose from a British victory. See, American colonists weren't fighting to obtain their political freedom. They were fighting to keep the freedoms they had already enjoyed by their rights as British citizens in self-governing colonies, which were now under threat from direct British control.
True.
And lest we forget, Jews were only eligible for British citizenship in the colonies.
Wow, that's very interesting. So, Jewish support was extremely high for the revolution versus we see the opposite with other minorities. The best two examples, of course, are the native population and enslaved people, right? Because these are two very big groups of people who are very much involved at this point. During the American Revolution, we see a lot of Native Americans, a lot of nations, Indian nations, side with the Brits. Now, they're stuck in a situation where, during the 7 Years' War, they primarily sided with the French, because Not that any European power treated the natives particularly well. That's not the claim I'm making. But of the available powers, the natives had the best relationship with the French. And so they sided with the French in the 7 Years' War. The French got kicked out, and now it's all Britain. And so, damn, well, they got the worse option, Britain. And now a new power emerges, which is these revolutionary Americans. And so, once again, the Indians are presented with an option of, do we go with the Brits or the Americans? And once again, neither of these options are good, and the Brits are an even worse option than the French, but they're a better option than the Americans, because the Americans are absolutely intent on pushing westwards and colonizing all this land and fighting the natives and pushing them west. Whereas the Brits are more willing to compromise on allowing the Native Americans to have some of their own territory. All right. See you later, Roman. Thanks for stopping by. Have fun with your Chinese history. I see, while I've been giving my spiel on the native population, y'all have been freaking out about the Holy Roman Empire. Yes, it's quite an ugly thing in the corner. This horrible collection of small states. Yeah, we should move it off the screen. Let's get back to the video.
Not in Britain itself. Parliament had passed a law enfranchising Jews in 1753, but it had been repealed almost immediately due to an embarrassing public backlash. The one thing American Jews had in common was that America was all they had.
Yep.
And it showed. Somewhere around 160 Jews served in the Continental Army and Navy, including 24 officers, of which no fewer than 3 attained the rank of lieutenant colonel. Private Jonas Phillips, possibly America's only native Yiddish speaker at the time, made use of his native tongue as a cryptographer, sending intelligence and smuggling requests to sympathizing relatives in the Netherlands that the intercepting British couldn't read.
Wow, that's remarkable. You know, oftentimes with cryptography, of course, we use some sort of secret code or some sort of made-up language that no one else can understand unless they have a cipher. Here, he's just using a real language, Yiddish. It's just that, you know, there's not enough people who understand it, at least in the context of the Americas or Britain, and so they can't translate it. That's kind of funny.
And 2 years after becoming the first Jew elected to public office in America, Francis Salvador of South Carolina became the war's first Jewish fatality.
The first Jew elected to public office. Now that, in America, sorry. That's pretty remarkable. You know, because like I was talking about, if we look in the British context, one of the things that the British people were the most afraid of was non-Protestants, particularly Catholics, but also Jews taking up public positions in their country, whether that be public office or even positions like teachers. You know, they did not want Catholics or Jews in those positions, right? And so that's a pretty big deal.
Killed by British allied Cherokee while on patrol in the Appalachian foothills in August 1776. At the very same time up north, British forces had landed on Staten Island with the intention of capturing New York City. As the British, under General Howe, landed to take on George Washington's Continental Army on Long Island on the morning of the 22nd, Cantor Gershom Mendes Seixas announced that the synagogue would be closed, and that the majority of New York's Jewish community would evacuate immediately. Eventually, Seixas and the New Yorkers took refuge in the provisional capital, Philadelphia, nearly doubling the city's Jewish population overnight and making it the center of American Jewish activity in the war.
Wow.
But not all of the...
I mean, yeah, a lot of people fled New York during the British landing. It was kind of a disaster for the Americans, a big W for the Brits. But the issue with the British war effort and the American War for Independence was that they would have big victories, like taking New York. They could not capitalize on them. They really struggled to form a coherent strategy for the war and capitalize on the victories that they had. And so while this was a loss for the Americans, and they would kind of be down and out, or at least down but not out, they would come back fighting once again because the Brits could not capitalize on their victories. What's an area of history you know the least about? Well, I mean, there is a lot of different areas I know very little about. I mean, it's easier to tell you what I do know about. what I know least about, I would say I don't know very much about Latin American history or overall pre-Columbian American history. My knowledge of African history is pretty light, especially sub-Saharan Africa. And my knowledge on Asian history is pretty light as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of history I do not know that much about. You know, as I said, it's easier to tell you what I do know, right? I know about sort of what's an area of history you like the most. Well, my primary area of study is 18th century Europe and America. That's probably what I enjoy the most. I really like the Enlightenment. I like the American Revolution, the French Revolution. So, you know, we're talking late 1700s into early 1800s. And then my second go-to is always Rome. I love Rome. Shad, I don't think the American War of Independence was ever about raw manpower and victories. Yeah, the colonies could never have sustained a prolonged conflict with perhaps the greatest army in the world. Yes, but you also flip it, which is that the thing is, of course, Britain could have sustained a prolonged conflict, but like the British public just wasn't willing to deal with it, right? So if Britain really put all of its manpower into the war, then yeah, they could have won. Oh yeah, that's exactly the point you're making. Yeah, it was about turning the British population's opinion on the war. They got tired and could no longer justify the war effort. So exactly right, you're talking about a prolonged conflict. Absolutely true, the colonies could not have handled a prolonged conflict against the might of the British Empire. But what happened is that Britain couldn't handle a prolonged conflict against the Americans because the British people started feeling like it was a complete waste of manpower and resources. So yeah, it wasn't necessarily about raw manpower and victories, but I think the point I was making earlier is correct in that one of Britain's big losses is that they couldn't form a coherent overall war strategy, and so they could never really get a foothold. You know, they had several victories, but they couldn't build on them. And so people were getting less and less pleased with the war effort back in Britain. If Britain had a coherent conflict and they'd been able to move forward, you know, steadily, then I think the opinion on the war back in Britain would have been a lot more positive, but they didn't. Once again, democracy getting in the way of things. Just have a god emperor. Well, it's not even really democracy. I mean, a very small percentage of people in Britain could vote. It was the popular outcry. And any government, or almost any government, whether it's an autocracy or a democracy, usually wants to avoid the outcry of the public. Not to mention that, of course, we have different factions in government, and so there were figures in British government who were sympathetic to the rebels. What a place to be in. Literally, some of your legislators are sympathetic to the rebels who are rebelling against your empire. Like Edmund Burke, who of course would become famous for opposing the French Revolution. Edmund Burke was very sympathetic to the American revolutionaries. So you kind of got a problem if some of your own legislators are in favor of the rebels that you're supposed to be putting down. Clearly the Brits were not into this war. Yeah, in Light X7, you gotta have the Emperor first, and then you deify them after they die. You know, you don't want to be too premature, deify them while they're still alive, and it oftentimes doesn't work out. Just wait until they die a glorious death, then you can do it.
The Jewish Whigs left New York. Just 1 year before the outbreak of the war, Chaim Salomon had emigrated from Poland, fleeing that country's rapid disintegration.
Yep.
A Wall Street broker by day, Salomon was one of the leading figures of the New York chapter of the Sons of Liberty, and unable to escape the city in time, he was captured by the British as a known patriot and forced into service as an interpreter for their Hessian mercenaries. However, many of these mercenaries were none too keen on the British cause. Many among their ranks were themselves Jewish, fighting for an army that would not have allowed them to serve, and found themselves enjoying far more freedom in occupied New York than in the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah, that's always a dangerous move. You bring in these Hessian mercenaries, and they find themselves having a better time here than they would back home, back in the Holy Roman Empire. You know, are they really going to be loyal to you? Maybe not to a large extent. Why not pull a Warhammer and deify them while they live? Well, I mean, it could work. It could work. I don't know about the case of Warhammer. My favorite part of history is the Middle Ages, 800 to 1260 A.D. Shows the Islamic Golden Age and your favorite empire, Abbasid Caliphate, and Islamic interactions with Europe, Byzantine and Franks. Yeah. No, I think the Middle Ages is a fascinating time. It's one that, over the last couple of years, I've learned more about. My knowledge on most of the Middle Ages is still pretty weak, but, you know, over the past couple of years, I've learned a lot more about the Byzantines. You know, back when I learned about the Romans, like back in high school, I learned about the Roman Empire, and then the West collapses, and then we're sort of done. But recently, I've gotten way more into the Byzantines, and so, of course, that touches a lot of medieval history. So I'm slowly picking up more stuff, but medieval history is still sort of a blind spot for me, but I do think it's fascinating. Hello, Magma. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here. But yeah, medieval history is fascinating. You know, we have the Islamic Golden Age going on. We have the declining, but still existing Byzantine Empire. We have the formation of a lot of European states. A lot of stuff going on. Tang China. Yeah, there's a lot happening. I mean, there's always a lot happening, right?
By the end of the war, some 3,000 of these 30,000 mercenaries had deserted or defected, in no small part due to enticement by Solomon. When the British figured out what he was doing, he was sentenced to death for espionage and imprisoned in wretched conditions on one of the infamous prison ships of New York Harbor. It was an experience from which he never fully recovered, but he did manage to escape his impending execution in August 1778, and soon after rejoined his compatriots in Philadelphia.
Nice.
And it was there that he would make his most lasting contribution to America as we know it today.
Okay.
Under the Articles of Confederation, the provisional constitution for the newly formed United States, the Continental Congress did not have the power to collect taxes, so the vast majority of it...
Big mistake, fellas. I mean, I get it. You've just come from being under the boot of the British government, and you're really against any sort of centralized authority. You're against taxes. I get it. But in response, your form of government, the Articles of Confederation, basically doesn't work. You know? I mean, you need to have some sort of centralized authority, and you need your government to have the ability to levy taxes in order to function as a unified state. And of course, if we think about the colonies at this point, we don't have a unified state. We have 13 different states, 13 different colonies in a loose confederation. Which I think is fine if that's what you want, but in the long run, we want a unified United States of America. And so that's why the Articles of Confederation eventually have to go in favor of the Constitution. In addition, you know, it's fine if you want 13 separate states, but if you want to have one unified army and a unified war effort, it's pretty damn difficult to organize under the Articles of Confederation. This is your favorite history channel, by the way. How about that? Nice. America trying to be like the HRE. Yeah, well, if we took the 13 colonies and, you know, split them all 100 ways, then we'd be even closer to the HRE. But fortunately, the U.S. went the other direction of centralizing more, not less. Better than the actual History Channel. Yeah, well, I feel like that's not that hard these days. I mean, to be honest, throughout my whole life, I don't think the History Channel's ever been, like, that good. I mean, when they did real history, it was, like, exclusively focused on World War II. They loved World War II. And then they moved into like Ancient Aliens and reality TV and all that kind of stuff. And as Shad puts it, the History Channel shows everything except history. These days, they don't even do history. So really, any channel that gives you history would be better than the History Channel.
Its income came from loans secured from France and the Netherlands.
Jews in Persia and Jew-Roman wars. All right. In Persia and Jew-Roman wars. Got it. I'm excited to do more Jewish history because, like I said, we have not done much up until this point, but we're changing that today.
As someone with fiduciary experience, Salomon was put to work converting these promissory loans into cash as right-hand man to the Congress's chief financier, Robert Morris. Salomon...
Robert Morris. Oh my. This, I think, is an underrated character of the American Revolution. He's often referred to as the financier of the American Revolution. He's kind of a more behind-the-scenes sort of fella. And this might be why he doesn't get as much attention as, some of the more prominent figures of the time. James Madison, a Thomas Jefferson, a George Washington. But this is one of the guys who really finances the war effort of the Revolution, especially when, we're talking about government under the Articles of Confederation. It is very difficult for the Continental Army to secure finances, to secure money, resources. And Robert Morris does quite a bit to aid that. He's also, along with Hamilton and others, one of the really important figures of America's early financial system. So this is one of those characters who, since he's sort of a more behind-the-scenes guy, he's not out there writing speeches or leading armies. He's less known, but he's super important.
Proved exceptionally skilled.
He's also a Pennsylvania guy, so I gotta shout him out.
Negotiating to maintain America's credit, in no small part because he issued loans to local suppliers at below-market rates. It was war debt in a country without a central bank. He wasn't expecting to get it back. Through this work, Salomon briefly became the wealthiest man in America, and when foreign credit ran short, he began donating to the Continental Army from his personal savings. By August 1781, Washington and Rochambeau had cornered the British forces at Yorktown.
Yep.
However, Washington had run out of cash to equip and feed his troops.
And this was a frequent occurrence. This was not the only time Washington ran out of cash to feed and supply his troops. Like I said, the Congress was providing very little in the way of supplies and money. And so Washington often had to rely on figures like Salomon, as we're talking about here, or like Robert Morris, who were willing to either fund him out of their pocket or, make some type of agreement, some type of loan.
Unable to secure an infusion of $20,000 from the Congress, Washington simply replied, "Send for Chaim Salomon." The Americans won at Yorktown. It was the final land battle of the American Revolutionary War.
Yep.
However,
the Americans, with the aid of the French, particularly the French Navy, they were a big aid in this battle, defeated the Brits at Yorktown, and though the war wouldn't quite end at that point, it was basically done. The British will to fight had crumbled, and, they went into peace negotiations. They were done. They wanted to end it.
Nobody at the time knew that. While Britain and the U.S. entered peace negotiations in Paris, the war at sea continued, and with New York still under British occupation, Washington and his men set up camp at nearby Newburgh, anticipating a final battle to retake the city. But nothing happened.
Yep.
And after a year of waiting, the army, which had been fighting for 8 years and never been paid, plotted a military coup that was only prevented by a personal plea from Washington himself and the promise of finding more cash.
Yeah, and this is sort of a big moment. One of those stories that's sort of semi-well-known throughout the Revolutionary War. The army was super underpaid, undersupplied, and if they were paid, it was with these promissory notes. or this new money that they hadn't been able to cash out. And so there's this whole moment where they're trying to mutiny, and only by speech from Washington, who sort of directly connects with them, do they agree to keep serving. This is sort of a big moment, I think, in Washington's record, his reputation. And I think a lot of people feel that it sort of is indicative of his character, which I think is probably true. Napoleon and the Jews of Paris is a 10-minute video I think would be interesting. All right, let me write that down light. Napoleon and the Jews of Paris. And, if we have time after the Dreyfus Affair, then we might get to that one. Perhaps. We'll see how long this all takes us.
A similar uprising took place not long after, when soldiers in Philadelphia nearly overthrew the Congress. And even after the Treaty of Paris ended the war, many officers in the army were foreign volunteers like Tadeusz Kościuszko, who had no way to get home. Only by Salomon's personal donations did Kościuszko and others receive their back pay and return to raise revolutionary hell in Europe. His immune system permanently compromised from his time on the prison ship, Chaim Salomon died suddenly of tuberculosis in 1785. Only then did his family discover the true extent of his work. Over the previous 10 years, he had...
Shad is freaking out about the HRE again. Will you keep the stream after it ends? I'm not quite sure what you mean. We're doing this reaction, there we're doing the Dreyfus Affair, and then I'm just saying depending on the time, because I don't want to run this for too long, we might have a chance to do Napoleon and the Jews. But we'll keep the stream going after this one. Napoleon was unprecedented in his treatment of Jews for the time, to be honest. Yeah, well, if we look at the late 1700s, religious toleration is a big thing amongst intellectuals of the time. It's one of those big Enlightenment causes, but actually putting it into practice is far less common. We see a degree of religious toleration from several rulers. Frederick the Great comes to mind, but not full religious toleration. Oh, okay. Yes, it'll be on the channel after the stream ends. Yes, that was your question. It will. And honestly, a big moment for religious toleration, and I was just I touched on this in something I was reading today, was I forgot what it was called, but basically Thomas Jefferson's freedom of religion in Virginia. It was total and complete freedom of religion for everybody, not just for non-Anglican Christians, not just for this group or that group. No restrictions for everybody. Atheists, Muslims, Jews, Christians of all stripes. And it was sort of a big thing that, was sent out to the presses throughout Europe. That was this actual realization of true religious freedom and religious toleration. Most of Sam's videos are part of a chronological order playlist. Even the longer ones aren't really meant to be watched fully independently. They're meant as a series. Okay. Recent videos are in many ways technically watchable on their own. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, Jefferson was basically a deist. I mean, you could call him like a reformist Christian, or maybe like close to a Unitarian. I mean, he was in some ways a Christian, but his belief in the supernatural was fairly low, and he was pretty critical of the church, any church. So yeah, he was kind of close to a deist. And as Shad points out, a lot of founding fathers were deists. Now, of course, deist can be a bit of a sort of vague term, right? It's not necessarily a strict box. But a lot of founding fathers were what we might call deists, or at least close to deists or reformist Christians. It was a bit of a trend amongst sort of intellectuals of their class at this point. So yeah, a lot of them were deist or deist-like in their beliefs towards religion.
raised or personally donated $650,000 to the Continental Army.
Wow.
More than any other individual.
Yeah, that's incredible. $18 million in today's money. My goodness. I mean, that is an immense individual contribution.
That the Bank of North America, which had once been the largest on the continent, was empty. His wife and sons were bankrupt.
Damn.
The
You really
United
gave
States
it all.
of America emerged from its War of Independence with a larger Jewish population than it had begun with.
By the way, for those of you that are familiar with the map of America today, you might see a couple of differences, one of which is this absolutely gigantic Virginia we have here. I mean, oh my goodness. Look at how far west Virginia stretches. I mean, of course, we have the inclusion of West Virginia, like around here, which will one day be its own independent state. But it also looks like they have almost the entirety of Kentucky included in their territory at this point. If we look at this, or even earlier on, before the Declaration of Independence or before the Constitution, a lot of states, when drawn on a map, or a lot of colonies, I should say, just, drew their territory and then just extended it westwards. So earlier on in the colonial period, we have states like Pennsylvania, New York, or Virginia, or Massachusetts, just making these ridiculous territorial claims about their territory extending, sometimes like all the way across the continent. This is less extreme, but as Olaf says, yeah, Kentucky was part of Virginia at this point. I honestly didn't know that. I assume... Well, I mean, I don't know about the state of each, or the history of each individual state becoming a state. I would assume that at some point Kentucky was broken off, made into a territory, and then became a state. Or was it broken off from Virginia into a state immediately? I don't know how that process went. Then, yeah, I agree, Light. I honestly agree. They went with West Virginia. You could have named it something a lot more interesting. I mean, the whole point was to break off from Virginia. In a time of war, you could have listed anything. The state was named after a former Virginia county. Huh. I didn't know that, actually. Some interesting stuff. Why wasn't Maine added later? Why is it shown here? Maine was added later. It was initially part of... Oh, God. What state? It was part of Massachusetts, I think. I don't think Maine is labeled here because, this is just Massachusetts territory. Yeah, part of Massachusetts. So it's just that I don't think it was necessarily contiguous. You're exactly correct. Maine was not yet a state, but you can still see it on the map as part of Massachusetts territory.
While Judah Turo and most of Rhode Island's Jews fled the country out of loyalty to Britain, Jewish deserters...
Seeing some of our most important cities, we have Lancaster listed here. The one and only time. It's amongst these other cities like Philadelphia, New York, Charleston, and Savannah.
Deserters from the Hessian mercenaries had established an entirely new community in Richmond, aided by Virginia's recent adoption of religious freedom.
Yeah. Hey, it touched on exactly what I was just talking about. Jefferson pushing for this bill for religious freedom in Virginia. In fact, I know a bit about this because this is sort of some of what my research focuses on. But during that period, Jefferson and some of his allies, including Madison, pushed for a whole host of legislative reforms in Virginia. The most important and most well-known is the freedom of religion. One of them was to establish a system of public education in Virginia. The Virginia legislature did not pass that one. But there was a lot of stuff considered, some stuff passed. Sort of a big moment for Virginia and really the establishment of Virginia and what it would become.
Meanwhile, the coup attempts at the end of the war had changed American history forever.
Or, for example, Jefferson tried to pass a bill in which slaves would be freed after a certain point in time, or after they reached a certain age or something, and then would be deported, because he was of the belief that white people and black people could not live together. But, of course, still included the end of slavery after a certain point, and that was also slashed from the record. The other Virginia planter elite did not want to consider something like that.
For one, it proved that the current Confederation system of government was totally inadequate, since the Congress couldn't raise its own taxes and depended entirely on the goodwill and protection of each state in order to continue existing.
Yeah.
But the war itself had also produced a new generation of leaders who saw themselves as part of a common American nation rather than any one state, and rejected the war's goals of restoring colonial autonomy as not having gone far enough.
Yep, and Shad points out something else which is very much related. Jefferson, I think there was also a condemnation of slavery in the Declaration of Independence and in the Constitution from Jefferson and Madison, respectively. Basically, it's interesting, Jefferson and Madison by extension, because he was sort of Jefferson's main ally, they were these big slave-owning planters, but they often tried to push for the abolition of slavery one way or another, and at each turn they were knocked down, mostly out of fear of offending the southern states. What is a good book or video on this period, 1780s? Founding the Constitution. Man, I don't know. Let me think about that. There's some good books on Jefferson in particular. I think a really accessible one is... Who's the author? Is Jefferson, The Art of Power by John Meacham. It's a fairly pretty accessible, pretty entertaining biography of Jefferson. So I'd recommend that.
Eventually leading to a convention that would establish a new federal constitution. Although no Jews participated in the convention, the stakes of the occasion were just as profound to the Jewish community as the war had been. Establishing a federal government meant establishing rules for who could serve in federal office. In Britain, assuming office required swearing an explicitly Christian oath, and this had been one of the motivating factors.
Yes, the Founding Fathers were under the assumption that with time slavery would naturally fade out. It's interesting. We can look at the opinions on slavery in the United States over time, and it's kind of fascinating because, of course, a lot of the Founding Fathers were slave owners, but also a lot of them had some sort of moral opposition to the practice, and they felt and hoped that over time it would fade out of existence. Now, of course, they ended up being wrong. As time goes on, slavery, particularly with the expansion of the colonies as new territories and states are brought in, proves to be sort of a self-expanding institution. And also as time goes on, it's interesting, these slave-holding elites, of course they still hold slaves, as the founders did, but they become more pro-slavery. A lot of the founders, like someone like a Jefferson, argued that, well, it's a horrible institution, but, at the moment we have to do it. And then a lot of later slave owners, when we get into the antebellum period, 1820s, 30s, 40s, 50s, a lot of them start arguing that slavery is actually a good thing. It actually benefits the enslaved people. So it's very interesting to see the evolution of those attitudes. Having slaves wasn't that economically profitable before that invention. Yeah, well, we have the cotton gin, which I think is what Shad is referring to, which absolutely, not to use a pun, absolutely gins up the production of cotton, and really gives slavery a second boost due to growing cotton and cotton production all throughout the South, and really becomes the economic engine of the South. And Olaf says, yeah, no, that's exactly right. A lot of the founders were morally opposed, but financially tied to it. And so, you didn't really see any of them like truly stand their ground and completely revoke slavery, even if they were opposed to it. Like Jefferson's a great example. He was opposed to slavery. He spoke about it. He wrote about it. He tried to outlaw slavery a couple of times, didn't work, and yet he still held slaves for his entire life. And not only that, but he had children with one of his slaves. So extremely contradictory and disgusting behavior. Yeah, Jefferson, if he freed his slaves, his family would have been impoverished and destitute. And he knew that. Jefferson knew that. And so, in this particular case, he didn't stand up for what he believed in. He continued to practice slavery. That is the calculation that most of these men made at the time. Even if they did oppose slavery, they felt like, you know what? I need to continue practicing slavery to maintain my economic situation. And they did. Versus, though, a lot of later slave owners, once past the cotton gin, antebellum period, a lot of them owned slaves and they were not ashamed of it. They did not even have the moral opposition. They just thought it was straight up good, which is kind of a crazy evolution in attitudes. Though honestly, Jefferson, even with owning slaves, that man was in debt like his whole life. He was not good at managing his money.
Years of Jewish support for American independence. But many U.S. states also still required a Christian oath, and the application of such oaths at the federal level was very much an open question. Unable to remain silent, former Army cryptographer Jonas Phillips, who was already lobbying for Jewish emancipation in Pennsylvania, wrote directly to the presiding delegate George Washington.
It is well known among all the citizens of the 13 United States that the Jews have been true and faithful Whigs, and during the late contest with England, they have been foremost in aiding and assisting the states with their lives and fortunes. They have supported the cause, have bravely fought, and bled for liberty which they cannot enjoy.
Yep, and from what Aronow has presented to us, this is absolutely true. It's 1 a.m. Yeah, fair enough. It's 1 a.m., man. Get to sleep. Thanks for stopping into the live stream. And yeah, I've definitely got some extra credit reactions planned down the line. Though, the next... I don't know what the next stream will be in particular. I'm also thinking about doing a tier list of Roman emperors. I know a lot of people want to see that. So we've got that in the works as well. But yeah, extra credits at some point, absolutely. Slavery is not a very financially profitable institution. It binds up all your wealth into non-liquid assets, whether that be land, the slaves themselves, or the products of their labor. Yeah, I think that with slavery, particularly after the cotton gin, it had become quite profitable to those planters, those elite planters, which, remember, were a very small percentage of the southern population. But for the southern economy as a whole, slavery was not particularly profitable, at least compared to what they otherwise could have been doing. And it does bind up your wealth into all of these assets. Not to mention, we have the comparison between the sort of industrializing North and the agricultural South. And of course, that's all separate from the moral aspect of it. But even just from a financial aspect, they could be very wealthy, but not very moneyed. Yeah. So Olaf is pointing out some of the financial criticisms of the system, which were levied at the time. And Shad says there should be a separate tier for Augustus. We'll see what happens when we do the list, but I think he might be right. I honestly think... and I'd be curious to hear Light's opinion on this, but we honestly might have a separate top tier for our boy Augustus.
Therefore, if the honorable convention shall in their wisdom think fit and alter the said oath and leave out the words to viz, and I do acknowledge the scriptures of the New Testament to be given by divine inspiration, then the Israelites will think themselves happy to live under a government where
Our Grand Moff is here, aka Dennis. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome. Optimus Princeps tier for all the best ones. Okay, we could do that. The question is whether Augustus is the only one in the top tier. I mean, he's absolutely in the top tier. The question is, does he have contemporaries in the top tier? Yeah, just use Dennis. Yeah, it's a little quicker, a little more snappy. What else are we watching today? Well, after this, we're going to do the Dreyfus Affair, and then depending on how long we've gone at that point, we might do something else. Maybe Napoleon and the Jews of Paris, perhaps? I don't know. We'll see when we get there. But we're almost done this video. Next up is the Dreyfus Affair.
All religious societies are on an equal footing. I solicit this favor for myself, my children, and posterity, and for the benefit of all the Israelites through the 13 United States of America.
Just finished, when watching the Hannibal Part 6 reaction. Hope you enjoyed it. That was a fun one to film. It's sort of a big moment for Hannibal, you could say. I'm definitely enjoying the Hannibal series. Though, I see all this chatter in my Discord about, you know, and fairly, it's been taking History March a while to get through the Hannibal series, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to catch up with it relatively soon. Hannibal surely taking Rome next episode, right? Right? Yeah, surely. Also, by the way, everyone in here who's not in the Discord, check out the Discord. Just wanted to add that in quickly. If any of you are not in the Discord, click on that link in chat. Join up. It's a fun place. We talk about history. Yeah, I've seen... I've seen that History March has a video on Aurelian. I mean, we've got so much content to do, but I would absolutely enjoy doing some Aurelian at some point. Definitely. Yeah, Shad, you should, plug in your paragraph on Hannibal not taking Rome in the Discord. I'd be curious to see it. Light is spreading my imperial decree around. Just stay for as long as you can, Dennis. It's always nice to have more people in the chat. All right, back to the video.
10 days later, the convention issued its final draft for the...
Don't apologize for interrupting. This is what we do here. I mean, we're 18 minutes into this video. It's taken us an hour and a half. That's just how the live streams are. And that's how I'd want them to be anyway.
Proposed constitution for ratification by the states. Included in its text was Article 6, Clause 3. The senators and representatives before mentioned, and the members of the several state legislatures, and all executive and judicial officers, both of the United States and of the several states, shall be bound by oath of affirmation to support this Constitution. But no religious...
Look, the Constitution is not necessarily a perfect document, and it's a living document. It's able to be modified, and we should probably modify it more. But look at the time period. You know, we're in the 1780s, and serving public office requires no religious test or anything like that. That is pretty damn remarkable for this period. As we've covered throughout this entire video, this is really following on from the radical actions of someone like Thomas Jefferson, who declares full religious freedom in Virginia. Not just a degree of toleration, not even full toleration, but freedom of religion. Light is minting gold coins bearing the image of myself. Imperator Caesar Ethidus Gothicus Maximus Augustus. What a title. I think my name sounds better in that title than it usually does.
This test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. Did Jonas Phillips's letter make the difference? Honestly, probably not. Jews were still less than 1/20% of the U.S. population.
Wow.
And the community was never so much as mentioned in the convention proceedings. What's more, Jews were hardly alone in their opposition to religious oaths.
Yeah.
In the 2 centuries past, Mennonites, Quakers...
This is, and he's listing it right now. Of course, Jews would oppose this, and the vast majority of Americans at this point would be Christian, but there's a lot of varieties amongst Christians, you know? Down south, the dominant variety of Christian was Anglican, but non-Anglican Christians had also found themselves discriminated against for their faith. There were a lot of rather secular individuals, deists, maybe even some atheists, though we don't want to talk about that. So there were a lot of people, either out of principle or due to their personal experiences, who opposed any sort of religious test in office. Even though most Americans were Christians, there's a lot of diversity amongst that label. Repeal the 18th Amendment. Well, yeah, I don't know if that... Maybe not. No more direct elections for senators. Yeah, go back to how it used to be. You know, this country was designed as a representative republic with a very limited degree of democracy. Let's scale it all the way back. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think the 18th Amendment should be repealed. The more direct elections, I think, the better. Ethnists, reactionists, Cuculanius.
Quakers,
my
Huguenots,
true imperial title.
Methodists, and even Catholics had come across the Atlantic in search of a place.
Even Catholics. That's right, everybody. I mean, Baltimore, the colony of Maryland as a whole, but Baltimore in particular, was a real center of Catholicism in America. So, yeah. And of course, you know, there was a lot of beef amongst Protestants. That was nothing in comparison to the beef between Protestants and Catholics. So also Catholics, you know, they would prefer religious toleration just for themselves.
Place to practice their religion freely, a practice regarded
Maryland versus Maryland.
as one of the natural rights of Enlightenment philosophy. Accordingly, the inclusion of this clause faced little opposition.
Oh, okay. Shad was joking. Well, I got that Light was joking. I was like, I mean, I don't know which way Shad is going with this.
From delegates representing states that did have religious oaths. Ratification was another story. In North Carolina, one of the last states to ratify the Constitution, Delegate David Caldwell furiously condemned this exact clause, calling it an invitation for Jews and pagans of every kind to
Oh, come on, David.
At some future period, this might endanger the character of the...
Oh, it wasn't a joke. Oh, we've also got the... Okay, this is a whole mix-up. Shad can't decide whether he's serious or joking. Also, Light has got the wrong amendment. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't have the... I mean, I know the amendments, but I don't have them memorized by number past a certain point. 17th Amendment is the direct election of senators. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to oppose it, at least get the right amendment. Mr. Beat has a good video on his suggestions regarding the amendments, and he explains it pretty well. Does he support repealing the 17th Amendment? Wow. I wouldn't have expected that from Mr. Beat. It's kind of surprising. Well, maybe I'll listen to that, because I think he's a pretty reasonable guy generally. I would typically think that it's better to directly elect your senators than to go through this representative process where they're elected by state legislators. I don't love that. But I'd be curious to see what Mr. Beat says on it. He's a pretty smart guy, I think. And yes, the 18th Amendment, if we are talking about the one that prohibited alcohol, was very stupid. Very stupid.
United States. Moreover, even those who do not regard religion acknowledge that the Christian religion is best calculated of all religions to make good members of society on account of its morality.
Shut up, David
All those
Caldwell.
who have any religion are against the immigration of those people from the Eastern Hemisphere.
Oh.
And while North Carolina did eventually ratify the Constitution, the doctrine of states' rights ensured that religious oaths at the state level were not affected, and would persist in some states as late as 1875.
Yeah.
In Maryland, Jews were even explicitly prohibited from voting until 1826. Additionally,
Yeah, and this is a good example of, just because something is policy on a federal level doesn't make it policy on the state level, even if it should be, right? Because the states sometimes just do what they want. And just because something is policy doesn't mean that public opinion agrees with it. So even if Jews are given rights by government, anti-Semitism has still been strong throughout modern American history, just like in Europe. And so, Jews have faced a lot of roadblocks, whether they be official or unofficial. 21st Amendment was great, though. Its only function was to repeal the 18th. Yeah, based. This is just turning into Ethan being a very vocal observer and yelling for people to shut up. Yeah, well, that's what I do. I do my whole reacting to the video thing, and then every once in a while, I turn to the chat, and I say, hey, what are the kids doing? What's everybody up to? And yes, thanks for stopping in, Olaf. Hope you enjoyed the reaction so far. Like I said, this live stream will be up on the channel after we're done with it, so feel free to watch the rest on your own time. But yeah, thanks for stopping in. Hope I see you next time.
it's clear from the statements of people like Caldwell that their issues were...
Yes, and towards the people in the video, Dennis. This is true. Just yelling at everybody to shut up. Well, I don't want to hear what goddamn David Caldwell has to say.
More than just religious. While Jews were considered white in the sense of not being black or Native American, they were socially regarded as almost white in the same sense as other Middle Eastern and Mediterranean
don't worry
peoples,
about it, Light.
an attitude whose severity would ebb and flow throughout American history right up to the present day. But that's a story for another day. Following approval from the requisite number of states, the new Constitution went into effect in early 1789, and George Washington was unanimously elected president.
Yes, USA,
At his inauguration
USA,
in New York City,
USA!
he was joined by the city's 14 religious leaders, among them Gershom Mendes Seixas, cantor of the restored Congregation She'arit Yisrael. You heard me right, the cantor, the guy who leads prayer in song. He wasn't the rabbi. He had never been the rabbi. As President Washington took the oath of office before cheering crowds, Jews had been living in what was now the United States for 135 years.
Wow.
And not a single one of them had been a rabbi.
How about that?
Special thanks to my patrons.
And thanks to my patrons. Always got to shout them out. Cancel Ethan, not happening. I'm uncancelable, frankly. That was a good video. Next Historia Civilis reaction is just gonna be like, yeah, shut the hell up, whoever Roman we're talking about. Oh, I mean, the Historia Civilis reactions were frankly past Rome at this point. I think the next one to go up is the Can Animals Commit Crimes? And then we've got Charles the First, so we're kind of, we're done with the Historia Civilis Rome reactions. Until he uploads a new one, which I'm always waiting for. 28th Amendment, Ethan shall not tell chat to shut up. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Yeah, this is not a republic of any sort. I'm vetoing that. Yeah, my progress as a YouTuber parallels the Roman Empire as a whole. We go from the Republic to the sort of civil wars to the early days of Empire. Tiber fishbait tier. Now wait a minute, I'm getting the rabble is going off in chat right now. I don't want to hear it. All right. Anyway, now we have the Dreyfus Affair. So we got some more Jewish history up. The last one was framed a lot more positively. Of course, we talked about some of the Jewish persecution in the colonies, but we talked about how religious freedom was implemented and how Jews contributed to the American War of Independence and all that kind of stuff. This one is going to be far more negative, I suspect. Well, I mean, judging from the topic, I know. Yes. This is very true, Dennis. All right, yeah, and Light makes a good point. We're getting into this video. It's 30 minutes long. This is going to take us a long time. I'm not
This
Caligula.
video is brought to you in part by useful charts.
All right, let's go.
Paris, the 27th of September, 1891. The city shines brighter than ever before. The envy of the world and the center of European city planning, architecture, modern art, early cinema, radioactivity, the can-can, and tonight, its 40,000 Jews celebrate 100 years of emancipation.
All right, 1891. Keep that in your mind. This is the context. 40,000 Jews. That's a pretty significant Jewish community. Love you. Hey, thank you, the goat. Appreciate that comment. Glad you're stopping in. Yeah. Feel free to come and go as you please, Shad, because this is going to take a while. Thanks to Napoleon III, Paris is great again. Oh, man. You know, when we do these reactions, since we jump from topic to topic, we jump over so much. Like, we do, a lot of videos on Napoleon, and now we've skipped all the way to 1891. We've skipped over a lot of stuff, including, as Light puts it, Paris being made great again. You could frame it that way.
At least, this is how the world remembers it. For over a century, this period of French history has been immortalized as the Belle Époque, the beautiful age. But this term only came to be applied in retrospect, viewed through the horrors of the First World War. To those who lived through it, the Belle Époque was an era defined by political chaos, economic depression, and most of all, fear.
Yes, well, no era of history is perfect or sometimes even that great. There's always a lot of bad stuff going on, and it is sort of easy to look back skeptically, or easy to look back with rose-tinted glasses. Terms being applied in retrospect, yes, this cannot happen. You know, I think of, say, in the United States, our late 1800s into early 1900s period is called the Gilded Age. But that term is applied with recognition that, the idea of the Gilded Age is that everything is gilded in gold, but beneath the surface, if you chip a little bit, it's not actually gold, because it's just gilded. So I think the Gilded Age is actually not a bad term, because it can be easily misunderstood, but the term itself comes along with the understanding that what we're talking about is sort of this increasing inequality as some get very, very rich and, visibly society becomes gilded, but there's also an incredible level of inequality and poverty. And so we're kind of getting a similar thing here. Yeah, after 2 world wars, it might be easy to look back and go, wow, that was just great. But living through it, there was a lot of problems,
And nobody remembers this better than France's Jews. A century of emancipation was about to be nearly erased.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're getting to a very interesting time period. So the last video was about the 16 into the 1700s. As we get into the 1800s, we start... look, there's already a lot of racism and anti-Semitism. We start to see the development of modern anti-Semitism alongside scientific racism. That's what it's called. It's pseudoscientific. It's not actually science. So sort of anti-Semitism will sort of change up a little bit, how it's applied and how exactly people think of it. And towards the end of the 1800s, it's going to start to get a lot worse. Now, Jews have always faced persecution. Basically everywhere. But if we're talking about European history, they've faced persecution in Europe for a long time. But if we look at the entire 19th century, if you're looking at European history from the perspective of the 1700s into the early 1800s, you might think, maybe it'll get better for the Jews. We're seeing a lot of talk of religious toleration. A lot of Jews are being integrated into different European countries. Maybe they'll have it okay. But as we get towards the late 1800s and the early 1900s, scientific racism and anti-Semitism really starts to ramp up. And as we get towards the end of that period, violence against Jews begins to emerge in a big way. In places like Russia, for example. And of course, this all builds up to the peak, which of course is the rise of the Nazis in Germany, right? And so we're hopping in 1891, and we're right in the midst of that, rise of anti-Semitism in France, which at this point is probably one of, if not, along with Russia, probably two of the most anti-Semitic countries in Europe, or in the world, I guess.
But in order to understand why, we need to understand France's latest political system, the Third Republic.
Oh my.
After the overthrow of Napoleon III, local
Light's favorite, Napoleon III.
representatives were elected to the Chamber of Deputies through a multi-stage runoff system that encouraged multi-party democracy, as a result of which no single party in the entire history of the Republic ever held an outright majority. Instead,
Not another godforsaken republic. It's funny. I am the emperor of this chat, but I think I'm the most pro-Republican out of the lot of you. Well, unless we're talking about my personal power, then I'm very anti-Republican.
banding together in loosely affiliated blocs, which themselves usually failed to form a majority because the increasingly popular socialists refused to ever participate in a coalition government. The right, meanwhile, was dominated by pretenders to the French throne competing against each other to establish...
Light, you live in a constitutional monarchy. Fair enough. I mean, I was born in the UK. I lived under a constitutional monarchy. Then I came to the US of A true, beautiful republic. Yeah, Shad. Every monarch ever in the 19th century. I support republics, unless we're talking about my power. I'm no different. Yeah, the caveman. It's alright, this will be the last one. Don't worry. No more republics, please.
Established themselves as either king or emperor. Even the restoration of the Republic had been intended as only temporary until an agreement could be reached on the monarchy. To that end, the issuing of basic laws for the Republic was delayed by several years by ceremonial...
Yeah, the real question is, will we see the fall of the current French Republic and the rise of a new one, right? Do we think that's going to happen in the future? I mean, France loves to protest and rise up and, although it's not like super hot right now compared to sometimes in the past, you get to sort of imagine it happening. I think we could definitely see another French Republic sometime in the future. Maybe not soon, I don't know, but maybe some point.
President Adolphe Thiers in an attempt to seize power. This political system was so unstable that most prime ministers didn't even last a single year, and it was difficult to get anything done.
What a beautiful political system. Gotta love a good old parliamentary system. I feel like I'm looking at a number of European countries, thinking of Italy in particular, just prime ministers in and out and in and out. And lately the UK too, frankly. Y'all have had a couple in very short succession. Yeah. This is a period I don't feel I know too much about this period of French history. I'm trying to see if I recognize any of these names. De Klerk kind of sounds familiar, but I don't know about the rest of them, to be honest.
On the one hand, that theoretically insulated it from authoritarianism, since no one politician could ever stay around long enough to entrench themselves in power. On the other hand, it left the country almost ungovernable and made the general public very angry. By the 1880s, as monarchism began to decline, ultra-conservatives and even some former leftists began rallying around the far-right League of Patriots.
Oh no, not ultras! You're taking me back to the days... Well, I mean, at this point, like 70, 60 years ago. The League of Patriots. Ultranationalism, militarism, revanchism, anti-Semitism, anti-Germanism. Not a good collection of isms. This is God's divine punishment for not reinstating the Bourbons, Orleans, or Bonapartes. I like how you added or Bonapartes in there. Such a Bonapartist.
Led by former General Georges Boulanger, who promised to avenge France's defeat in the Franco-Prussian War by reconquering the lost territory of Alsace-Lorraine.
Yes, well, French nationalism is absolutely on the rise at the moment. Now, nationalism everywhere was on the rise, but particularly France has been humiliated recently with, frankly, the formation of the German state in the first place. We have the Franco-Prussian War, in which the Prussians are basically going to war with all their neighbors so that they can gain power and unify Germany. They totally embarrassed the French. And all of this leads to the formation of the German Empire, which is now a new, frightening competitor right on France's doorstep. And they, they're not happy. Though I feel like the Bonapartes are sort of the lesser of those three, at least in terms of tradition, But yes, at this point, those are the three main competing claims to the French throne. That is true.
Though not terribly popular in his own right, Boulanger was endorsed as a potential prime minister by the monarchists in the 1889 election, leading the victorious anti-Boulangerist government to fear he might lead a coup. The League was banned from politics, and Boulanger committed suicide, but the new far-right populism that he had elevated lived on for many more decades, always searching for other paths into power. You see, the League of Patriots was far from the only far-right organization in France at that time. Those organizations also gave a new voice to an anti-Semitism that, even after a century of Jewish emancipation, had never fully disappeared from French society.
Yep.
Of course, ultra-conservative factions in politics and the Catholic Church endured. But new forms of anti-Semitism were also appearing on the political left. Utopian socialist thinker Charles Fourier blamed Jews for establishing the evils of commerce.
Yep, we see a lot of rising anti-Semitism, and not just in France, in a lot of countries, and not just on the right, but amongst the left, a lot of different political groups. Basically, the Jews are not getting a break. The tide is rising again. Fourier is a very prominent early socialist. Before Marx, he's probably the most prominent socialist thinker. He is fairly influential throughout Europe, though, of course, not nearly as influential as Marx will become, who, of course, since Marx was around, has been the most prominent socialist thinker. Yeah, the Jews really haven't gotten a break since the days of the Roman Empire. Of course, there have been times when it's been worse and times when it's been better, and certain groups of Jews in certain places have had relatively decent treatment at times, but overall, the Jewish people have faced just a lot of fairly constant persecution. And this is one of those times when it's sort of ramping up.
And wished to confine them to a state of serfdom in his socialist utopia.
What? I mean, bro, you're a socialist utopian. How do you have, a serf class of Jews, of a particular ethnic group? How does that compute?
His protege Alphonse Toussaint blamed the Industrial Revolution on a Jewish and British conspiracy to separate humanity from nature, abusing his qualifications as a zoologist to hypothesize that they may be a separate species.
And yep, this is some of the stuff we see happening in the 1800s. Guys like this, the rise of scientific racism, the phrenology, the measuring of skulls, ideas about how, the different races, that there are different races of humans, and that those races can be ranked, and that, of course, the white man is at the top, and then everybody else is, down from there. These are some of the ideas we see really becoming popular at this point.
Following Toussaint's death in 1885, such ideas were enthusiastically taken up by an art critic named Edouard Drumont. Drumont was a man of letters from a young age, but he also possessed a worldview deeply out of touch with the Third Republic. a die-hard monarchist who recommitted himself to the Catholic Church under the guidance of the Jesuit priest Stanislas Dulac.
Goodness, yeah, this guy's a little behind the times. A die-hard monarchist, also allied with a Jesuit priest. I mean, what year is it? 1755? You know what I mean? History humor. Jesus. But yeah, yeah, this guy certainly is not going to enjoy the Republic or any sort of liberal or leftist policy. Light demands that the Avignon papacy be reinstated. Well, yeah, we can work towards that. How about that?
Who in 1886 encouraged Drummond to write a book outlining their worldview of a France politically, economically, and spiritually strangled by a vast Jewish conspiracy. For context, while France under the Third Republic may have been a cultural juggernaut, it was struggling economically, with extremely rapid boom and bust cycles and a number of related political corruption scandals. In La France Juive, or Jewish France,
and, of course, ideas of Jewish conspiracy have always been around amongst Christians. Yeah, like saying, I've asked Jewish conspiracy, where have I heard this before? But at this point, these sort of ideas are really on the rise. We see them in France with guys like this. Think of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion in Russia, this very infamous propaganda piece about a Jewish conspiracy. Think about, of course, the most famous example of the Nazis in Germany. You know, all their talk about a Jewish conspiracy. Jews are running the Weimar Republic. The Jews conspired to bring down the German war effort and World War I. Yeah, ideas of Jewish conspiracies have always been around. But at this point, a lot of that stuff is coming back into the vogue, and now it's all tied up with these ideas of scientific racism, which, of course, like I said, we know now to be pseudo-scientific, absolute nonsense. But at the time, a lot of people buy into this stuff. Some people don't, but the vast majority of people do, unfortunately.
Drummond attributed these various failures to a total capture of French institutions by a shadowy Jewish elite of politicians and bankers. And by a shadowy Jewish elite, he meant that all Jews, 500,000 French Jews, as well as incoming refugees from the Russian Empire, were all a shadowy elite of politicians and bankers, all secretly hiding their wealth and ruining the country by virtue of their spiritual and biological inferiority.
Well, that's how it always works with these people, right? First step is, a shadowy elite is controlling the country. Second step is, it's actually a shadowy Jewish elite. And then third step is, no, it's actually all Jews. It's like, oh, okay. Well, I see where this is heading.
It should go without saying that this was nonsense, but it was even more blatantly silly than you might assume. In reality, the Jewish population in 1886 was not 500,000, but barely over 100,000.
Jesus.
Additionally, the number of Jewish refugees fleeing to France was absolutely minuscule compared to those arriving in Britain, the US, or the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, but I think we've all seen how any number of migrants or refugees can really spark political fervors in countries, even up until this modern day. It really doesn't take much if the conditions are right.
In fact, the Jewish population had barely increased at all since the annexation of Algeria, where over a third of French Jews lived.
Wow! Okay. I don't want to back up, but literally over a third of French Jews aren't even in, mainland France. They're in Algeria. So he's exactly right. Of course, the whole claim is ridiculous in the first place, but literally a third of your Jews are in Algeria. Come on. The subject of immigration is totally not a political grenade. Yeah. I don't intend to get too much into immigration, particularly modern immigration, but that's a pretty explosive political topic.
Culture at this time was in the process of being redefined by a wave of new immigrants from the rest of Europe, but Jewish immigrants were not among them. As for controlling politics, The Third Republic simply represented the first period in which France had any well-known Jews in elected office. But in Drumont's eyes, even one was an existential threat. There was also some old hat in there about killing Jesus and making human sacrifices, and like Toussaint, he claimed that Jews were a separate parasitic species. La France Juive was a huge hit, which Drumont channeled into founding his own political organization, the Anti-Semitic League.
Wow, okay, so we have a second anti-Semitic political organization. Yeah, things are not going well. Shad telling us to wake up, sheeple, come on. Let's see, the Anti-Semitic League of France. We've got anti-Semitic, Catholic nationalist, anti-Masonic, anti-communist, and anti-capitalist. Interesting. We're playing anti-communist and anti-capitalist. Yeah, also, not a great group of things there.
But that was just the warm-up. In 1892, as French attempts to build a canal across Panama fell apart, it was revealed that the...
Yeah, they couldn't do it, so they had to leave it to us, the United States of goddamn America.
Panama Canal Company had engaged in widespread bribery of Parliament.
There's a distinct lack of anti-German. Yeah, we had anti-communist and anti-capitalist, but no anti-German? You know, what's going on with that political party?
Parliamentary officials through well-established Parisian financiers, one of whom, Baron Jacques de Rennick, was indeed Jewish. And for reasons unknown, Rennick sought to distance himself from the scandal by leaking the identities of the implicated members of Parliament to Drumont, who by this time had established a newspaper dedicated almost exclusively to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, La Libre Parole, or free speech. However, Rennick's leak only succeeded in...
Don't you love that? You know, you have this absolutely hateful paper about anti-Semitism and, you know, basically pushing down Jews as much as possible, creating a dangerous environment. And what do you call it? Free speech. Fantastic. Jesus.
In elevating La Libre Parole to a national platform while also confirming, in Drumont's mind, that France's political and financial woes were the result of a vast Jewish plot. By the end of the year, the Panama scandal had resulted in a number of high-profile convictions. Rennick, for his part, received no protection from Drumont's attacks, and when Rennick committed suicide that November, Drumont considered it his greatest journalistic achievement.
Jesus.
But by no means...
This guy's a real piece of work. I mean, frankly, one amongst many. We're seeing all the anti-Semitism of this period, but just truly disgusting and vile.
Was it his most influential? 2 decades after the Franco-Prussian War, France and Germany still remained bitter enemies who fully anticipated another war. And by 1892, it had become clear that there was a mole in the French artillery leaking technological secrets to the Germans. Though nobody could figure out who or how. In May of that year, Drumont published an article confidently placing blame on the Jews.
You know, why, you know, whoa, really? It's a big surprise. Drumont says, okay, we have this problem. You know, someone is leaking secrets to the Germans. As Light says, like the Germans needed help with technology. Who could it possibly be? Who is doing this to us? Gotta be the Jews. A shocker that you came to that conclusion with your freaking quote-unquote free speech paper. Jeez.
To calm the nerves of readers, Drumont gave assurances that Jews were biologically too weak and too unpatriotic for military service, and if anything, should be subject to abuse and ridicule for not serving, and praised the army for supposedly resisting Jewish participation and maintaining a policy of France for the French.
Yeah, and I think some people might be a little surprised to see this because they think of anti-Semitism and they exclusively think of the rise of the Nazis in Germany and then, of course, the Holocaust. But a lot of this extreme racist, anti-Semitic stuff, a lot of this stuff associated with, you know, scientific racism was happening throughout Europe. It was already building up. It was very popular in places like France and Russia. And then a lot of the stuff we, of course, will see emerging in Germany, particularly following the First World War, and it only gets worse and worse and worse.
However, He cautioned that since the return of conscription in 1870, some Jews had risen through the ranks and even become distinguished officers.
Okay, so doesn't that seem to be contradictory? He says, Jews are not suited for military service. There's no chance they could be soldiers. But I also need to warn you about some Jews who have gone pretty far in military service. In fact, some of them have made it to an officer position. It's like, oh, so does the first thing not conflict with the second thing? It's this dual threat that was used to describe the Jews at this time period, also by the Nazis, and that's used to often describe scapegoat minority groups. You need to describe them both as, pathetic, inferior, unable to harm our great nation, but they also need to be an existential threat to our great nation, so we have a reason to persecute or exterminate them, right? Is this contradiction which fits with, this prejudice against these scapegoated minority groups?
Drumont warned the reader not to be fooled, as any Jewish war hero must secretly be a power-hungry tyrant. He was particularly vicious towards the tendency of Jewish military officers to have university educations, citing this as proof that Jews were becoming increasingly unfairly favored for highly skilled positions as military engineers. As far as Drumont was concerned, higher education was nothing but nepotism and affirmative action for the weak, effeminate, and cowardly.
Of
And
course.
while Jewish politicians, like the late Jacques de Renec's cousin Joseph, brought forth evidence that many French military units were actually discriminating against qualified Jewish applicants, Drumont assured readers that this couldn't be further from the truth. To be completely...
Imagine how frustrating it must be to, say, be a Jew in that position, or be another minority in a similar position where you live in a society where, you are discriminated against, and you have to work as hard as you can to reach the point you've reached. Discrimination every damn step of the way, but you've still made it somewhere. You're still successful. And then what do these people say about you? These ideologues, they say, it must be due to affirmative action. The system is built in order to accommodate you and give you special privileges. And all you've done is face prejudice along the way, and you've still managed to work it up to the top. I mean, just incredibly frustrating.
clear, while Drumont was gaining popularity, he was still a comparatively fringe figure. Mainstream French society remained pretty accepting of Jews, especially in Paris. Though that acceptance tended to range between genuinely empathetic and extremely horny. As a counterpoint to La France Juive was La Belle Juive, an almost century-long artistic...
I don't quite know where this is going. We need to bring back feudalism for real. Yeah, look at the modern world, the scientific racism, industrial warfare. We don't want any of this. Go back to feudalism. Bring it, roll everything back. Oh, man.
artistic fixation on the exotic, forbidden Jewish woman. But believe it or not...
That's so odd, because I don't think, I, and I'm sure most of you don't think of, Jewish people as exotic. So to have them framed in that way is so sort of strange to hear.
Most of the French army was absolutely ready to hear what Drumont was saying. The military of this time was overwhelmingly dominated by religious reactionaries and...
Yeah, we don't need racism or racial hierarchy. Just everyone can be serfs. Yeah, that's certainly the best way to equalize it. Well, yes. There aren't any races scientifically, aside from those that we construct socially. But, unfortunately, that hasn't stopped a lot of discrimination based on these socially constructed racial groups that we've created and then used to abuse other people. Human beings, how about that, eh?
monarchists, who adhered to an unofficial code of honor that had barely changed in 100 years, with frequent duels, honor suicides, and a bitter rivalry between officers who attended the military academy of Saint-Cyr and those who had graduated from civilian universities like the École Polytechnique. One might argue that this old-fashioned sensibility contributed to France's recent military defeats, and many certainly have. But the humiliation of those defeats only hardened the army's overwhelming hatred of the Republic.
you find it strange that Americans still use the term race instead of ethnicity. Yeah, I suppose, but it's kind of complicated in America, I guess, because we use both terms, but if we're in America, right, most of the time people will talk about, say, like, white, black, like Latino, and they'll call that, like, a race. And America is a society that's been so built on racial hierarchy that it makes sense why the idea of race is so entrenched. But then we also use ethnicity if you're talking about someone who is, Mexican versus someone who is Irish versus someone who is Nigerian and someone who's German. We'll talk about ethnicity. And to be fair, I mean, if we look at, say, Europe, which is the other continent that I'm familiar with, they also use race there as well, white, black, that kind of thing. So these racial concepts are, I think, even more entrenched in the United States, but also in Europe, too. I think in Europe there's more of a focus on ethnicity because there's a bunch of damn countries all close to each other. You got, the French and then the Germans and then the Danes and the Brits and the Belgians, and so there's a lot of talk of ethnicity. Versus in America, there's, usually more focused on race than ethnicity, but it's kind of complicated. And oftentimes the sort of public discourse is separate from what might be seen as the accurate or scientific definition. Dennis is from the Netherlands. Ooh, fantastic. I think you are at least the first person who's announced themselves to be from the Netherlands, so there's another country to check off the list. And Shad said, yeah, your country's pretty damn racist. Yeah, there's a good number of countries that are pretty damn racist, unfortunately.
Fostering a culture of extreme paranoia that was highly vulnerable to Drumont's propaganda. And few embraced that culture more.
Glad to add to the list. Well, I always think it's interesting to see where all of y'all are from. You guys who watch the videos, comment, tune into the live streams. There's a lot of different perspectives to be gleaned from people from other places. Talking Sweden, Netherlands, India, Iran, a lot of different places. In fact, funny enough, I'm American, and a good chunk of my audience is American, but I think most of you guys who talk about where you're from are not American. I've never had someone come in here and be like, I'm from America. There's a lot of Indian viewers, a lot of European viewers from a variety of different countries as well.
Than France's new head of military counterintelligence, Lieutenant Colonel Jean Sonder.
Hello again.
In September of 1894...
Okay, I have a question. I think your name is either like Arabic or maybe Farsi or something. I'm not quite sure. But how would I read that out in English? How should I refer to you? Because I cannot read or even understand the letters that your name is in. So if you had to pronounce it out in English or whatever, how would I say that?
A French asset inside the German embassy in Paris discovered a handwritten note, or bordereau, on French artillery schematics intended for the embassy's military attaché, Colonel Maximilian von Schwarzkoppen. Seemingly instantly, Santerre considered only one possible suspect, Captain Alfred Dreyfus.
Uh-oh.
Dreyfus, an engineer in the artillery, had been born in the city of Mulhouse in Alsace-Lorraine, which had been lost to Germany in 1871, and spoke German as his first language. He was also a graduate of the hated...
yeah. Arabic. Hussein. Okay, great. Because I'm looking at your name in Arabic, and I'm like, I can't read what that says. I have the same thing when there's... you're interacting with someone online, and their name is in, Mandarin characters or something, and you're like, I have no idea how to read your name. Alright, Hussein. Welcome back to chat. Alright, so we're also seeing with Dreyfus, not only is he Jewish, of course, but born in Alsace-Lorraine, native German speaker, all of these things that a lot of the French are very biased towards.
École Polytechnique,
and yet, also Dennis points out, interesting in chat that your name comes after your message. That's got to be something to do with, Arabic right to left. And so, your name is on the right instead of on the left. I didn't know YouTube did that, but it's interesting.
Proud supporter of the equally hated Republic.
Uh-oh.
But most of all, Dreyfus was Jewish.
Oh,
and
no.
had even had the temerity to complain after receiving a lower grade on his officer's exam explicitly due to being Jewish.
Yeah, I was saying. Well, I assumed it was Arabic, but I was like, well, could be Farsi as well. I don't know.
To Sandeau, a dedicated follower of Drummond, that was enough motive, means, and opportunity to rule out anyone else. The only thing necessary to prosecute, therefore, was to match Dreyfus's handwriting to the bordereau. The only problem was that they didn't look anything alike. To solve this, Sandeau called in...
Oh, well, case closed. It probably wasn't him then. There's no evidence that it was Dreyfus. His handwriting doesn't match. Must be someone else. Apologies for accusing you. You're off the hook. Is that how this is gonna go? It seems like probably not.
In the already legendary police detective Alphonse Bertillon. Bertillon was a hugely important figure in modern criminology. An absolute pioneer in evidence collection and criminal profiling, the father of fingerprinting and the mugshot, and while not all of his concepts have held up, his commitment to hard evidence was beyond reproach. He was not, however, any kind of handwriting expert.
Uh-oh.
As far as I can tell, the army couldn't find any handwriting.
Yeah, as just Sam puts it, this is a massive cringe moment. Yep, you could definitely refer to the Dreyfus Affair as a massive cringe moment.
Writing experts, and not for lack of trying. Bertillon, for his part, didn't pretend otherwise. He couldn't identify Dreyfus's handwriting as a match to the memo, and even to the untrained eye, they didn't look to be written by the same hand. But under pressure from military prosecutors, he was convinced to argue on the record that the lack of a match with Dreyfus's handwriting somehow proved that it was a match.
What?
As far as counterintelligence was concerned, that was enough. That October, Dreyfus was ordered to either sign a pre-written confession or commit suicide.
Jesus.
Refusing to do either, he was arrested. In November, top military leaders preemptively proclaimed him guilty, and in December, a closed court-martial began in which Dreyfus was accused based entirely on the falsified handwriting evidence, character descriptions,
And by the way, this really shows you, we've talked about throughout this video how, Jews are facing persecution at every level. Obviously, unofficial persecution and prejudice from the people of France, the Gentiles, who are extremely anti-Semitic, but also official prejudice, something that these anti-Semites deny. Well, if there is not a clear example of official persecution against Jews, well, damn, here it is. The system is absolutely biased against them. They have absolutely nothing on Dreyfus, and yet he's being dragged into court and charged with this thing that they absolutely cannot prove. And, you're sort of beginning to see why this was such a big deal, though the consequences will sort of reverberate beyond this specific instance.
questionably relevant secret documents revealing that General Schwarzkoppen was having an illicit affair with his Italian counterpart, which contained mentions of someone with the initials D and AD.
Okay, well, that's pretty naughty. With your Italian counterpart, you can't be doing that.
Major Hubert Joseph Henri, loyal assistant to Santerre and a dedicated Drummondist himself, swore on the Bible and declared, "Dreyfus is the traitor," pointing to the crucifix on the courtroom wall.
Jesus.
The judges unanimously declared...
And how is Dreyfus ever going to get a fair shake? Swearing on the Bible, the crucifix on the wall, just even the aesthetics of what is happening. Everything is so set against him. And, we're seeing a big difference between the last video we watched where we talked about, official toleration and religious freedom, Jews not having to pass any sort of religious tests. Now, of course, Jews in America would also face a lot of anti-Semitism, but just in the context of that last video we watched in this one, we can see the absolute difference in not only the treatment by the people, but the treatment by the system, and then the aesthetics, the very Christian aesthetics of this French Republic. Even though a lot of the guys here, these military guys, hate the Republic and wish to go back to a monarchy.
Dreyfus guilty. La Libre Parole had a field day. Even mainstream publications like Le Petit Journal began following their lead in declaring this a victory for France over the hated Jew. Membership in Drumont's anti-Semitic League.
And our religion, swearing by God's name when you're wrong is a major no-no. Yeah. And I think that's true for a lot of religions, but you know what? People still do it. Which is crazy, especially if you're a committed believer. Yeah.
League surged, and as Dreyfus was formally stripped of his honors at the École Militaire, crowds of onlookers behind the Fontenoy Gate chanted "À mort les Juifs," death to the Jews.
Jesus.
Dreyfus, though humiliated, refused to give up his dignity. He raised his arms and shouted, "Innocent, innocent, vive la France, vive l'armée." By February, he was now the sole prisoner on Devil's Island.
I mean, all the mistreatment, and he still hasn't given up, right? He knows he's innocent, and he's protesting his innocence, and he's still protesting loyalty, or presenting his loyalty to the army, the Republic, France. So that's got to be an incredibly tough experience to go through with all the mistreatment, and still manage to maintain as much dignity as you can. I mean, that's all you can really do in that moment, but it's also incredibly difficult to do.
One of the tiny Salvation Islands off the coast of French Guiana. Astonishingly, the affair didn't have as much impact on mainstream French society as you might expect.
Oh?
Once Dreyfus was convicted, that seemed to be the end of the story, and it stayed that way for years. But in that time, wheels were turning that would make this story far bigger and far more important than anyone could have.
I was going to say, as far as I know, the Dreyfus Affair had a pretty big impact. But perhaps it took a little bit for that impact to catch up. I guess that's what we're seeing here.
Imagined. First of all, Dreyfus's older brother Mathieu, a veteran himself, never stopped looking for others convinced of his brother's innocence, and managed to rally a handful of journalists and politicians on the political center and left. But this was initially counterproductive to public opinion. The more people became aware of the Dreyfus case, the more people simply assumed he was guilty for lack of any further evidence. Well, in July 1895, Colonel Santerre stepped down as head of counterintelligence in favor of Major Georges Picard, who'd actually taught Dreyfus as a lecturer at the War Academy. As soon as Picard took over, it was revealed to him that French artillery secrets were still being leaked to Germany.
I mean, come on, dude. You have taken the guy who you've blamed for this, Dreyfus, sent him to an island across the ocean, and yet secrets are still being leaked to the French. Maybe it wasn't actually Dreyfus. Did you ever entertain that possibility? Maybe it was somebody else, and the guy who you've sentenced to this horrible fate is actually innocent?
They hadn't slowed in the slightest since Dreyfus's conviction. And more than that, in March of the following year, France's mole in the German embassy discovered an unsent telegram from Schwarzkoppen to the leaker, Major Ferdinand Valzin Esterhazy. Immediately,
wow.
Picard compared letters written by Esterhazy to the bordereau, and it was a perfect match.
We've got him.
He then procured the sealed vials used to convict Dreyfus, only to discover that they contained nothing relevant to Dreyfus or the leaks.
Oh my.
At this point, however, Picard
This is even more of a conspiracy than it initially appeared.
was obstructed by his own deputy, Major Henri, who spent months pressuring higher-ups to remove Picard until he resigned, exasperated just months into the job.
Wow.
Wasting no time, Henri composed his own crude forgery of Dreyfus's handwriting in order to fake a correspondence between him and the Italian military
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Not only is Dreyfus innocent, which we knew from the beginning, but there is a cover-up going on here of the man who was actually responsible.
attaché who was Schwarzkoppen's lover. He then claimed that Picard had forged the correspondence between Schwarzkoppen and Esterhazy, placing Picard under a retaliatory investigation and ultimately forcing him to resign from the army entirely.
Wow.
But
See,
in that...
even... Can you believe that? So, of course, Dreyfus gets the mistreatment because he's Jewish. Even a Gentile, a non-Jew, who gets in there and, you know, I don't know what his opinion towards Jewish people were. I don't know if he was even particularly pro-Jewish, but just someone who's trying to do his job, uncover the actual truth behind what happened, is first forced out of his job and then forced to resign from the army overall. I mean, you can see the backlash that just someone trying to uncover the truth brings.
Time, Picard's lawyer had shared evidence with Mathieu Dreyfus and his team, which now included Joseph Rennick, the historian and socialist politician Jean Jaurès, Senator and Protestant activist Auguste Scherer-Kestner, former deputy turned newspaper editor Georges Clemenceau, and the renowned novelist and playwright Émile Zola.
Wow.
Meanwhile,
okay, we got some big names involved.
Now that the army knew Esterhazy was the real spy, they had to put him on trial. But to avoid the embarrassment of admitting that they had wrongfully convicted Dreyfus, they used the
We've got Émile Zola and Georges Clemenceau involved in this. Like I said, some pretty big names at this point.
Evidence from Major Henri to ensure Esterhazy's acquittal. Let me repeat, the French army knowingly let a traitor go free in order to keep an innocent man in prison.
Jesus.
Having been let off, Esterhazy fled to London, where he lived for the rest of his life. 3 days after...
So, I mean, they used the whole thing to just imprison an innocent Jewish man, not actually solve the problem at hand. Who are they? So, Georges Clemenceau was Prime Minister of France, prominently during the end of the First World War. He was a big part of the peace negotiations. If you read about the peace negotiations, the Treaty of Versailles following the First World War, you'll read a lot about Clemenceau because, you know, he represented France in that interaction. And then Émile Zola, I'm actually not that familiar. I've never read any of his work, but I do know that he's a pretty famous French novelist, journalist, I think playwright of that era. So, you know, those two are kind of pretty famous figures from French history of that time.
Esterhazy's acquittal, Émile Zola published J'accuse, an open letter to President Félix Faure on the front page of Georges Clemenceau's newspaper L'Aurore. Zola laid out a full timeline of the affair.
And the two most prominent of the bunch are collaborating, it seems, to reveal the truth of this scenario.
Nonsensical case against Dreyfus, and the proof that they had prejudged his guilt on the basis of being Jewish. With J'accuse, the Dreyfus Affair went international, which was very bad news for France. Visiting artists were starting to boycott the country, and letters of support began flowing in from politicians and celebrities all over Europe and America.
And isn't that funny? Because it's so similar to today. It's like a cause célèbre, right? This particular event in one country that sort of brings everybody together globally. And some of you might be surprised. You think this is a particularly recent phenomenon. It's absolutely not. This sort of stuff has been happening throughout the 1800s, where we have a domestic event in one country that then causes politicians, celebrities, artists in other countries to, you know, send in support for one side or another or boycott the country in question. You know, this sort of, you know, culture of celebrity and I don't know what you want to call it, this activist culture maybe has been developing in Europe for a while, basically really getting off the ground in the 1800s. And at this point, you know, you can see it's in full effect.
Especially Italy, which knew what it meant to have Jewish war heroes. Unfortunately, this is not what happened within France. Instead, the government tried and convicted Zola for libel,
Wow.
which was apparently an actual crime in France, forcing him to flee to London. Meanwhile, France experienced its first wave of pogroms since 1789.
Since 1789. So we're talking about 100 years, basically, between the two. And unfortunately, and I'm now wondering if it's the Dreyfus Affair that kicks this off. At this point in the 1890s and the early 1900s, we see a wave of pogroms across Europe, particularly in Russia. That's where they're particularly bad. And for those of you that don't know, a pogrom is basically a race riot, right? In this case, we're talking about non-Jews, Gentiles, going to Jewish neighborhoods and attacking Jewish people, killing Jewish people, destroying Jewish homes, Jewish businesses. And it's happening for the first time, a wave of them in 100 years. And, they're happening or are gonna happen soon in Russia. It shows you how everything's ramping up, how, bad things are getting. Thank goodness for telecommunications. Whenever something terrible happens, yeah, Congo, this is true. I mean, a lot of bad things still happen, and oftentimes nothing is done about them. But you are right that at the very least we do find out about them, usually. And there is often an outcry. Now, sometimes that outcry doesn't help, or the international organizations that are supposed to do something don't do something. I'm thinking more of the last couple decades. But at the very least, we get news about it, and people begin to learn about these things that have occurred. So that is definitely one benefit of telecommunications and how, interconnected we all are these days.
With riots against Jewish homes and businesses breaking out in 55 cities over the course of the winter.
Jesus.
By far the worst of this violence took place in Algeria.
I mean, we saw that a third of France's Jewish population was in Algeria, and the population of Algeria overall was far, far smaller than France itself. And so, as a percentage of the population, Jews must have been quite prominent in French Algeria. Yeah, well, that's exactly right, Shad. But we still see what's going on in Ohio because of social media. So, this is a new thing. So telecommunications, now we learn about stuff going on around the world from the media. And in the last, 2-3 decades, with the development of social media, now, if the mainstream media wants to hide something, we can still learn about it. But, I mean, you're right. Media absolutely picks and chooses, and sometimes there are cover-ups, and sometimes, for whatever reason, they don't cover something, whether it be malicious or not. Ohio's kind of a good example of that. I mean, you're right. The lack of news coverage on Ohio has been pretty disturbing with everything going on there, the derailment and all the consequences. At the very least, you learned about it through memes, which is kind of funny, but also that's probably how a lot of people are going to learn about this event, through the jokes and memes and social media posts about it. So, yeah.
Back during the formation of the Third Republic, Senator Adolphe Cremieux had attempted to pass legislation giving political rights to all native Algerians, but was only successful in emancipating Jews. The metropolitan French settlers known as Pieds Noirs deeply resented their equal status with people whom they considered both racially inferior and who consistently voted for their political rivals.
Oh no.
Drumont's anti-Semitic League actually won a number of local elections in Algeria, inviting Drumont himself to run for parliament as the deputy for Algiers in the upcoming national election.
And we can see here, you might be surprised with how this works, but, something like Algeria was very closely connected to France itself. In fact, Algeria was considered part of France. Not metropolitan France, the France we look at on a map, but it was considered really part of the French nation. And it was really inducted into French politics. Now, don't get the wrong idea. The French were absolutely colonialist and racist and all that kind of stuff. And their claims that, Algeria were an equal partner in the French nation, a bunch of baloney. Ask the native people of Algeria, right? But this is how the French themselves sort of viewed this situation. A little different than other colonizers. They had their own sort of unique way of going about it. And yeah, Shad, I do believe there was. I think that's basically what it ended up being. It was supposed to just be, Algeria was just another department, like the rest of them. Of course, in reality, it's a very different situation, but that is, how the French looked at it.
And since the affair completely overwhelmed French political conversation, each of the multi-party alliances had to stake a position on it. The far-right nationalists, which included Drumont's anti-Semitic League, were by far the most outspoken against Dreyfus.
Yeah, well, no surprise there, eh?
Going so far as to suggest making it illegal to even speak in Dreyfus's defense. They were joined in their antipathy by the monarchists. The center-right progressives remained silent on the issue as much as possible in order to court voters on both sides. But even as far back as 1897, Prime Minister Jules Méline had said that Dreyfus's trial was settled law and would not be revisited. The center-left radicals...
Well, and this is one of those cases where, if you're silent, you're basically supporting the status quo. That's not always true, but in this case, you have this settled decision. And so if you just keep out of it, don't say anything, then you're in many ways complicit with this unfair trial that's been done against Dreyfus.
Were the loudest voices in favor of Dreyfus, and despite active support from members like Jean Jaurès, the socialists refused to take a public position, viewing the entire affair as a bourgeois identity issue irrelevant to the real cause of...
Yeah, we see an interesting thing here about sort of 1800s into 1900s politics. The rise of anti-Semitism does primarily happen within the radical right wing in a lot of these countries. The left tends to be more accepting of Jews, though there's a ton of anti-Semitism on the left as well. And we also see this attitude from some communists and socialists that, we're not interested in the, rights of Jews as a group. That's just a, bourgeois red herring that brings us away from the true issues we should be looking at. So there's also that attitude. We see that, for example, amongst the early Soviets in the Soviet Union. There's this whole thing about, there's the Jewish Bund Party in Eastern Europe, and they're trying to decide whether or not to make an alliance with the Russian Soviets. And, the Soviets just refuse to accommodate them because the Soviets, they say, look, we're not anti-Semitic, we accept Jews into our party, and, we don't tolerate any discrimination, but we're not interested in your bourgeois Jewish rights. We want rights for all workers. And so there's a bit of a disconnect there, and we're seeing that sort of on display here.
Proletarian Revolution. While the incumbent anti-Dreyfus coalition under Méline was successfully re-elected, it was a much narrower victory than they'd enjoyed 5 years earlier.
Yeah, and we can see there they're kind of split close to down the middle. And not to mention, you can imagine some of the sort of centrist progressives might take the side of Dreyfus just for individual reasons.
The longer the Dreyfus affair dragged on, the more ordinary French citizens came to believe Dreyfus was innocent. If the election had been a...
Yeah, well, people, usually just believe what they're exposed to. And so if overall, for a long period of time, there's a lot of pro-Dreyfus media, then eventually people are going to believe it. All right. Yeah, I know it's always real late for you, Shad. So hope you enjoyed the stream. Unfortunately, he hasn't yet gained the ability to stop time. Maybe if he watches a bit more JoJo, he'll gain that ability. But for now, good night, my friend. I know it's late where you are. I know for some of you it's very late when I have these streams. I try and make the balance because obviously some people are ahead, some people are behind, and so it's kind of difficult to balance it up, But yeah, thanks for stopping in, Shad. Hope you're doing all right.
A few months later, Méline's coalition probably wouldn't have won. And while public opinion doesn't and shouldn't dictate criminal justice, more and more information about the case was continuing to filter through. In August of 1898, Major Henri was exposed for the forgeries used against Dreyfus and Picard, as they had been crudely copied from other pre-existing documents. Henri was arrested for forgery and committed suicide in custody.
Wow, they really had a lot of honor suicide still going on. Now, this is a fairly common thing throughout military history. we see a lot of, a general has been disgraced, or he loses a big battle, or something like that, and he kills himself. But, in modern times, it's become increasingly uncommon. Like, can you imagine if, I'm thinking in an American context, if an American battle had some big controversy, or he was humiliated or lost a battle and then killed himself, that would be like extremely unusual, a bit of a tragedy, frankly. I mean, that would be, I think, a national scandal, the fact that he had decided to commit suicide. So we really, don't see that kind of thing, and this is quite late for this to be happening. But they did say that, France has really maintained sort of that martial culture and military culture. A lot of these guys are monarchists. They're hearkening back to the old days. And so they still hold a lot of these values of honor and discipline and all that kind of stuff to a certain extreme, clearly.
Upon Henri's death, Esterhazy briefly emerged from hiding in London and confessed everything to Rachel Sassoon-Beer, editor-in-chief of The Observer.
Wow.
Including the revelation that he had been part of a pro-German spy ring led by Major Henri and Colonel Sander.
Wow, so they're all involved. So this was, oh my goodness. So, I knew about the Dreyfus Affair. I forgot how exactly it went down. So what we have here is basically an entire cover-up. And in order to facilitate their cover-up, they basically threw a Jewish man under the bus because he was the easiest target. That's almost even sadder. This wasn't specifically intended to be an attack on Dreyfus, but he was just an easy target for them to scapegoat. And unfortunately, that's so often what happens in these situations, is that a minority, like the Jews of this era, are just an easy target, and so they get used. Axel Jefferson, hello, welcome to the stream.
6 months later, when President Ford died while having sex with his mistress, the remnant League of Patriots
What? How'd he
and
die?
other anti-Dreyfusar extremists attempted to use his funeral as cover to stage a military coup at the now vacant Élysée Palace. But when the actual generals refused to go along, the jig was up. Nothing quite destroys credibility like an insurrection. Compounded that June when anti-Dreyfusar terrorists attempted to assassinate the new president, Émile Loubet. At long last, Alexandre Millerand of the Socialist Bloc spoke out in favor of Dreyfus, called for revisiting the case, and broke the socialist boycott to form an emergency government of national unity under Senator Pierre Valdez.
Jews, finally, right? Finally, man. They only did that because it's getting to a crisis point at this point. So, it forced his hand, but finally we're getting a bit of action.
Rousseau. At the same time...
And isn't that just how governments work, eh? It's like you have this horrible crisis going on, and, you only act when you absolutely are forced to act. Yeah, another government of national unity. Those pop up every once in a while, usually in a time of crisis like this. And it honestly is kind of amazing how much of a crisis the Dreyfus Affair had become at this point. We can see how it's disrupting everything.
Mathieu Dreyfus and his team had successfully appealed to the Supreme Court to declare a mistrial and order Alfred Dreyfus back to Paris for a new court-martial.
Finally!
Where he was immediately reconvicted. The military judges overseeing the case were still loyal to the anti-Dreyfusars and allowed no new evidence to be entered.
Yeah, I remember this is sort of how it went.
But this time there was no plausible deniability. By summer 1899,
immediately reconvicted, which is horrible, but of course, this is just how it works. But at this point, it's so obviously clear that the whole thing's a sham.
Dreyfusars had firmly won over the majority of citizens and lawmakers, as well as the international community. British Chief Justice Lord Russell of Killowen wrote a scathing report on the legal malpractice that had been weaponized against Dreyfus.
And by the way, it's a big deal when you have a judge, the Lord Chief Justice of another country, commenting on a court case in your country. Now, that would usually be, I think, sort of out of order, but it's bad when someone like that feels it necessary to comment on a court case, which isn't even in their country.
for the ailing Queen Victoria, who heartily agreed with his conclusions. Back in France, filmmaker Georges Méliès released an 11-part, 3.5-hour epic dramatizing the entire affair.
Wow.
Faced with the military's intransigence against the evidence and the public will, President Loubet proposed a compromise: to pardon Dreyfus and convince Waldeck-Rousseau's unity government to issue a blanket amnesty for everyone involved in the affair on both sides. The Dreyfus are...
I don't know about that. That's sort of the centrist option. I mean, Dreyfus finally got pardoned, but also pardoned everybody on both sides. I mean, obviously they're trying to maintain some sort of unity with their supposed government of national unity. I suppose, I mean, what they're doing is what people in this situation often have to do, which is they're trying to preserve unity, perhaps at the loss of justice. I mean, Dreyfus has finally been ideally released. Hopefully he can, live freely. But still, there is no punishment for those who have done this stuff to him, right? Those who have falsely and knowingly falsely accused him.
Were not eager about this option. While accepting a presidential pardon isn't actually an admission of guilt, it definitely carries that implication, and could have been seen as such by the public. And the prospect of amnesty for the conspirators killed any possibility of military reform in the near future.
Yeah.
However, by this time, public opinion had already decisively turned in Dreyfus's favor, so that wasn't as much of an issue. Plus, with support for the military at an all-time low and support for the Republic at an all-time high, the newly cooperating socialists, radicals, and newly established Democratic-Republican alliance stood to make historic gains in the next election, opening future opportunities for truth and reconciliation. But at the end of the day, the decision belonged to one man. Alfred Dreyfus had gone through an experience that no one should. He had been unfairly demonized, scapegoated, and been used as a prop to undermine French democracy while rotting away on a tiny malaria-infested island.
Yeah.
Under no circumstances would he return to that. He accepted the pardon, returned to his family, and waited to see what would happen. France in the 19th century was utterly consumed by a conflict over its own identity. What was the French state? Who were the French people? And what rights and responsibilities did they have to each other? For 110 years, France had vacillated between an absolute monarchy,
Robespierre, Napoleon,
a constitutional monarchy, a democratic republic, a dictatorship, and an empire. It had experienced 3 successful revolutions and countless other attempted insurrections and coups. But by the end of the 19th century, the question was settled. The Republic had won.
We also have a commentary going on in the chat who's saying, from Kuwait, there's another country to add to the list. I think that once again, that's our first chatter from Kuwait. I always like getting new people from different countries. And light suggestion for Dreyfus, A Life, out now on Netflix. Yeah, probably, I mean, if you portrayed it accurately, I could imagine how frustrating that story would be, as every beat Dreyfus gets screwed over. An Algerian chatter. Interesting, we talked about Algeria during this video.
In 1902, the radicals, socialists, and democratic republicans won an outright majority. The beginning of a period of left-wing dominance in French politics that would continue for the next 40.
All right, who do we have? Clemenceau. I think we all know him because of World War I. And there you go, pop up again. Who else do we have? Ribot kind of sounds familiar. Millerand, familiar. I still don't know most of these guys. Democratic Republicans. Did Thomas Jefferson move to France? I mean, the man did love France, and he served as minister to France for a couple of years. So if he was around, it would have been a good place for him to be. He was quite the Francophile. Diderot should have been one of the party leaders. We got Thomas Jefferson, Diderot, and Clemenceau. Quite the three-man squad.
Years. By this time, most of the conspirators against Dreyfus had either resigned their military post, been quietly reassigned to other duties, or died. In 1905, Parliament restored the Revolutionary-era separation of church and state, and established the policy known as laïcité.
Laïcité, yep.
There would be no more crucifixes in the courtroom. And in July of 1906, the Supreme Court overturned Dreyfus's conviction and ordered him to be restored to the army with all his previous ranks and honors.
Well, finally.
Captain Alfred Dreyfus resumed his duties for 1 year before retiring, but
So, it looks like finally they managed to get some semblance of justice. Separation of church and state, laïcité, very famously implemented during the Revolution and then stopped, and they're bringing it back. And, at least something for Dreyfus. Reappointment to his position with his honors. Catholic Church grumbles in the corner. Yeah. Although French separation of church and state is very interesting. It's because it's a bit different than American separation of church and state. France at times can be quite anti-religious, you could say. And that makes it into their law. Sometimes they're very pro-secular, versus America is also big on separation of church and state, but to sort of a lesser degree, more in that the government has no right to interfere with the private practice of one's religion. And it's sort of the basic ground level of American separation of church and state, versus France's laïcité is more like, it's more like pro-secularism, or it's sometimes forced secularism. It's a little different. It can be sort of a small difference sometimes, but noticeable if you look. Yeah, I think you might be right, Light. I think, honestly, it's a good thing the Founding Fathers did a lot of things that they did. Some things not so much, but some things, yes. Forbidding the establishment of a state religion was absolutely a good idea. Otherwise, it probably would have been done by now. Yeah. America goes through periods of religiosity. Sometimes it's not so religious. Sometimes it's very religious. Since, the 70s, it's, religion has been a big force in politics. So I think it's a good thing the Founding Fathers added that one in.
Ordered for duty once again.
And we literally talked about that earlier in this stream with Thomas Jefferson and the separation of church and state in Virginia and the effect that had.
In the First World War, and served with distinction at Verdun. He died in 1935.
Wow, okay.
Georges Clemenceau, meanwhile, returned to politics and served for a total of 6 years as Prime Minister.
Yep.
The longest premiership in the history of the Third Republic.
Wow, that's not that long. And that is the longest. Well, I suppose that shows you how sort of rocky this system was. How quickly prime ministers were coming in and out.
His successor was Alexandre Millerand.
Yep.
But many of Dreyfus's allies were unable to enjoy such longevity. Senator Auguste Schurrer-Kessner had died of throat cancer the same day Dreyfus accepted the pardon. Émile Zola...
I think every country should separate religion and government. Yeah, I mean, it's not my business to tell other countries what they should and shouldn't do, but I definitely agree with the separation of church and state. Absolutely. I would much rather have a secular government with people being given the freedom to practice or not practice religion in any way they see fit, as long as it's not harming other people, of course. Though, like we said, it's interesting to see the difference in, an American separation of church and state and a French separation of church and state. But yeah, I agree. I think it's a pretty good idea.
was allowed to return to France due to the blanket amnesty issued by the Unity government, only to suffocate to death in 1902 due to a clogged chimney. Picard
What?
was similarly exonerated,
Jeez.
only to die after falling from his horse in 1914. The same year, Jean Jaurès was assassinated by a far-right nationalist.
And that's another thing. I mean, a lot of these guys seem to have just died unfortunate accidents. But, and we didn't necessarily talk about this, there were a lot of political assassinations in this era. A lot of them. And this absolutely from both sides. There was a lot of anarchist assassinations, communist, also a lot of ultra-nationalists, right-wingers, a lot of assassinations. The Church of the Supreme Capitalist by Robespierre in an alternate American Revolution. Yeah, that's the American Revolution. It keeps getting more radical. But they form the Church of the Supreme Capitalist. But who would be the founder, though? Who is the American Robespierre? Who's willing to go that extra step? Is it like a Hamilton, maybe? John Adams? I don't know. John Adams' presidency was pretty crap, but he wasn't that bad overall. Maybe someone like a Hamilton would be the Church of the Supreme Capitalist founder. Elon Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk back in the days of the American Revolution. It would have been him. Andrew Tate. Okay. Y'all are going more for modern figures, but yes, if we're talking about today, then maybe Elon Musk and Andrew Tate.
The vindication of Dreyfus was also cold comfort to the Jews of Europe. You may notice that I haven't talked about the Jewish reaction to the Dreyfus Affair until now, and that's because it had a very different outcome.
Adam Smith? I mean, maybe not in an American context. And even, yeah, I mean, of course, Adam Smith is a pretty important figure in the sort of development of modern capitalism.
Ever since the First French Revolution and subsequent proliferation of Jewish emancipation, the persecutions and violence that remained a fact of life in Eastern Europe were largely viewed by the Jews of the West as an Eastern problem. France, of all nations, was viewed as the cradle of emancipation. Until Dreyfus. The affair fundamentally undermined the conventional wisdom that Jews in Western and Central Europe had made it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was sort of like this for a lot of countries. It appeared that Jews had been emancipated and incorporated into these different countries. But something happens or something gets passed, and it's clear that's not really true. There's a lot of simmering anti-Semitism and resentment against Jews. Germany's a good example. I mean, prior to the First World War and the rise of the Nazis, Jews were fairly well integrated into German life. At least compared to some other countries, there was still anti-Semitism, but, compared to some places like France, it wasn't as bad. But when things start going wrong, there's economic decline, the loss of the war, anti-Semitism starts rising up, and the Jews get scapegoated for a lot of those problems. And then all of a sudden, everything rises to the surface again. Adam Smith is the most American name, though. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, though, because it's a very English name. But, of course, a lot of American culture is directly drawn from English culture. So Adam Smith, a very English name, also a very American name.
And would be secure and accepted forevermore. Back in 1894, Captain Dreyfus's first trial had been covered by two correspondents for the Neue Freie Presse, a liberal newspaper in Vienna. Though both men were Jewish, they had up to that point been extreme assimilationists. One of them was married to a Protestant and had changed his name to sound less Yiddish. The other had contemplated converting to Catholicism for the past several years. But witnessing the treatment of Alfred Dreyfus firsthand convinced them both that assimilation was pointless, that whether loved or hated...
Yeah, I'm curious who we have here. As someone, I don't remember, someone was saying earlier, these videos are sort of going chronologically, so he's clearly building up to the next video.
They would only ever be viewed by the rest of the world as Jews, to live or die as Jews. Their names were Max Nordau and Theodor Herzl.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know Nordau. That's That's my ignorance. But Herzl, Theodor Herzl, very famous figure of Jewish history.
Special thanks to my patrons, including Matthew von Abo, Mir.
All right. Thank you very much to my patrons. I gotta say that every time he brings it up, Okay. How long have we been going for? We've been going for about 3 hours. What do we think, chat? Should we end it here? Or should we do another quick reaction? It's better if you watch them chronologically. Yeah, I might do that from this point onwards. Short video says light. All right, what do we want to do then? Napoleon and the oh wow. Interesting. Napoleon and the Jews of Paris. This video has 3,000 views. That's so obscure. Yep, Shad, the stream is still... Well, we're debating on whether we should end it now or do another reaction. I think everybody wants another reaction. So here's what I'm going to do. If we're going to keep going, I need to take a break right now and go and use the bathroom. So in the meantime, I want y'all to leave suggestions in the chat. What do you want our last reaction of today to be? And it has to be a short one, okay? I'm not doing anything longer than 15 minutes, so keep it 15 minutes or less. So leave your suggestions in the chat, and I will be back. All right, hello everybody. Let's see what we have.
All right, hello everybody.
Oh, I got my own stream playing in the background. Okay. We've got Extra History has a video on Odenathus. Actually, I'm just going to write these down. All right. So, our options are Odenathus, Craziest Projects by BlueJay, How to Survive Victorian London, Survive Victorian London, North African Civilization Explained, Civilization Explained, How the Romans Maintained Peace in the Provinces. How the Romans Maintained Peace in the Provinces. Okay. So I'm going to make an executive decision on this one. We're not going to do how did Rome maintain peace in the provinces. It's a bit too long, 20 minutes. It'll probably take us ages to get through. But I will save that one for later. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. And then we're also not going to do North African Civilization Explained, but I'm going to keep that one for later because I absolutely want to do more African history. So I'm writing that one down, and we will do that on a future stream or a future reaction or something. Odenathus is interesting, but... Oh, you gave me some difficult choices. Odenathus. Versus, I feel like we should go with the BlueJay, because that's what we did last time. We had a ending with BlueJay, sort of a light and short way to go out. I think that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna end it with BlueJay. We've got Craziest Projects and How to Survive London. And you know what? How do I even do this? I was going to decide myself, but now that we have two options, I'm going to leave it up to you guys. So we have Craziest Projects, and then How to Survive Victorian London. All right. I'm putting it up to a poll. And I see the suggestion of Arab origin. I'll add that to the list. We're not going to do that today, but on a future stream, when we're maybe doing some Middle East or African history, we'll absolutely get to that. Yeah. I see your comments, Dennis. Invicta's got a bunch of great videos. I would absolutely love to get to them at some point. We've got so many reactions to do. But at some point, Invicta has the Avenging Varus series. I definitely want to do that from Invicta. Yeah, the Invicta video is just a little too long. We'll do more Invicta at some point soon. Don't worry. All the stuff you guys are suggesting Invicta, North Africa, Arab origins. We'll do that stuff in the future. We got a lot to get through. All right, how's this poll going? We got 5 votes. I'm gonna give y'all like another minute. If you're in here, hey, tab back in. Vote on whichever one you want. We got 5 votes right now. We got a couple more people in here. I'll give it an extra minute. But right now, Craziest Projects is winning by far. When's the next stream? I don't have a next stream planned yet. I think, I'd love to do one next weekend. I'm not going to guarantee anything. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to make the time to do that. But perhaps next weekend. If not, then just stay tuned on the channel. I will upload a community post whenever I plan another stream. And also, if you want to stay up to date with the streams planned, hey, join the Discord. Link to the Discord server in chat. If you join the Discord, you'll get announcements about new videos and new streams. All right, we're going to end the poll now. Craziest Projects won by quite a bit. Ethan will consult the Senate about future moves. Yes, I need to make sure not to upset the Senate. All right, let's get off of the topic of Varys and the Duteberg Forest. Y'all should all join the Discord if you haven't already. It's in the chat. And now let's get to
If
this.
humanity and suspended cartoon pianos have anything in common,
Pause.
is their
Oh
uncanny
my
knack for
goodness.
failure time and
My computer's having a meltdown. Alrighty. Invicta has some Forgotten Wars videos about Roman incursions into Nubia and Arabia. Also neat, but yeah, no pressure. Alright, cool. Invicta Forgotten. I'm now being referred to as a swinger in chat. No, that's not true. That is not true. Not in any of the ways that could mean that. Swings between republic and autocratic monarchy. I mean, yeah, but well, what it is, I make decisions and I set us up for decisions up until the point when the decision is too difficult, and then I just leave it to chat. Just, put it to a poll. I don't want to decide this. All right, anyway, the craziest projects that were almost a reality by BlueJay, sort of a light way to end the stream. This is the last video we're doing today, okay? I couldn't tell you what on earth this is going to be about. So let's get started.
time again. Whether it be a New Year's resolution or returning home with the milk, humans don't always accomplish everything they set out to do. But while these abandoned goals can leave weight sets dusty or children with lasting psychological damage, sometimes the goal itself is so ridiculous that it's probably best left in the good old idea box. And in a world where people thought hydrogen airships were a good idea, imagine the zany proposals that didn't make the cut. Now let's take a look at some of the crazy... Is that a flashbang?
Oh, man.
Package secured, extracting now. I've got your 6.
The box, it's gone. Mother, they must have tracked our location. Timmy, what are you doing on your phone? I'm just browsing iFunny. Okay.
I mean, like I said last time, super salmonella vibes. I mean, we said it's sort of like salmonella with a bit of oversimplified. Super salmonella. Though, as I also mentioned last time, hey, salmonella's back now. How about that? You know, he released that video recently, like a month or two ago, and after being gone for years and years. But also, we don't know if he's going to keep releasing new videos. He might wait another couple of years for the next one. So, in the meantime, I guess we've got BlueJay to hold us over.
We'll talk about that later, but you're on public Wi-Fi. You should be using NordVPN to hide your location.
Oh my
That must be how they
goodness.
found us. Who's they? No time. We need that box. This looks like British equipment. Luckily, the UK is one of
All right, NordVPN sponsor.
While going about
Go and check out his video. Leave a like. Check out his sponsor. All that good stuff.
online activities. And if you're hesitant, there's a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee. Head on over to nordvpn.com/BlueJay or use code BlueJay for a ridiculously huge discount. Thank you, NordVPN, for sponsoring the video. Oh, good. So as I was saying, let's take a look at some bonkers canceled projects.
If only the Romans had NordVPN. Yeah, NordVPN, hello. I think you need Emperor Ethan to endorse your product. I'm willing to do so for a moderate to large fee.
The people of 19th century London were not that different from us.
Wow! Our other video suggestion was how to survive Victorian London, and where do we start off this one? Victorian London.
Similar day-to-day challenges that plague our lives today. But where we lose our keys, they lose their stable boy. Or instead of asking, where can I fit these groceries? They had, where can I fit these thousands of bodies? In the early
Emperors don't take bribes, they hand them out to the legions specifically. Yeah, well, in the modern day of YouTube, the emperorship works a little bit differently, and I'm gonna need them to bribe me to promote them. So then I can bribe my legions. You know, it's sort of a bit of a cycle.
1800s, London was frantically searching for a solution for what to do with all their dead. Cemeteries were beginning to find themselves increasingly full, and seeing as how the residents weren't moving out, the lazy fucks, answers were desperately needed. And in 1820, architect Thomas Wilson came up with one such solution. Hey there, chap, that pyramid's rather neat, isn't it?
I will tell you, God, not to get too academic and historical about a BlueJay video, but if we look at the 19th century, right, as he's saying, a lot of these graveyards are getting filled up with dead people. Now, before this point, a lot of dead people had been buried in primarily churchyards, small graveyards, a lot of churchyards, land around the church, and they're getting all filled up. And so, I don't know what he's going to talk about here, but another consequence of this is the construction of these very large cemeteries that had been far less popular before. People sort of saw them as rather morose, and also irreligious. They wanted to be buried in a churchyard. And so in Britain and the United States, these massive cemeteries begin being built, and there's also a bit of a PR campaign to say, hey, you know, it's a big cemetery, there's a lot of grass, it's like a big park in the middle of your city, also with dead people. And so it begins the process, and it leads us to where we are today, which is there is a lot of big cemeteries out there. And in some places, like I used to live in Pittsburgh, there's a big cemetery in Pittsburgh that was built around this time. We're talking the 19th century. And it was sort of an early version of this. And it was also marketed as like a park. And nowadays, it's this massive green space where you can go and see some of the more prominent graves. And also people just bike through it or go on a walk. And so what he's talking about here also led to this very interesting emergence of sort of the modern cemetery. And also a lot of these modern, rather extravagant tombstones and mausoleums that we see today, you know, a lot of them began to become more popular, particularly, of course, for those who were becoming very rich off of industrialization. So, sort of an interesting little aside. Away from that, now back to whatever this guy's solution's going to be.
You know what would make it better? 5 million bodies. At the time, London was going through an Egyptian craze, with artifacts pouring in from the land of the Nile.
Yeah, and this also influenced the construction of these big cemeteries. A lot of mausoleums and tombs would be built either in the style of the ancient Greeks, the ancient Romans, or the Egyptians, Egyptomania. He might actually be about to cover some of the stuff I just said, because this was part of that change that I was talking about. People were getting real obsessed with Egypt, and part of that was that they wanted their own tombs to be Egyptian in style.
Nile, a topic that really deserves a video of its own. Influenced by this popularity, Thomas Wilson proposed the Metropolitan Sepulchre.
Well, it looks like he had a bit of a different idea. He didn't want to build a big, park-like cemetery. He wanted to go upwards. Yeah, so it is kind of related to what I was talking about. Instead of landing on something like this and big pyramids becoming popular everywhere, instead we landed on the cemeteries we're more familiar with today.
Pyramid would have towered 94 stories on 18 acres of land, overlooking London on Primrose Hill, serving as a nice little reminder in the sky of your impending doom.
Wow.
In case the air wasn't enough. While most plans featured in this video are rather ridiculous, the Death Pyramid actually wasn't that crazy of an idea. With a capacity of 5 million, it would have stored an equivalent of 1,000 acres of traditional cemetery.
I mean, I think it is not a bad way necessarily to store bodies. The ridiculousness of this is that you're literally building a dead body pyramid in the middle of London. It's more the aesthetics that are the problem with this one.
Cemetery land. To add to its practicality, the summit was to be used as an astronomical observatory, because all the best research is fueled by the screams of the damned. And what did Wilson plan to do if the pyramid got full? Just build a new one. Giza got 3. Felt like all fun things.
Yeah, that would be quite the addition to the London skyline. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I've been to London, and I can just imagine standing there and then seeing a massive pyramid full of dead people. That would be quite the addition to the city of London.
Things in life, public opinion saw the downfall of the death pyramid. This could have something to do with the fact that Wilson claimed, "It will teach the living to die and the dying to live forever." But I think Industrial Revolution London already had that lesson down. Furthermore, there were concerns that the sheer weight of the thing would literally crush Primrose Hill. We all know how Londoners like their curves. Ultimately, people preferred a wild and free Primrose Hill, with the opening of multiple garden cemeteries.
Yep. Man, I honestly did not expect him to touch on exactly what I just, said to you guys, but yeah, exactly. So instead of going with the big pyramid next to Buckingham Palace, they went with these more spread out garden cemeteries. And exactly as I was saying, these were sort of developing in Britain at the time. They'd become very popular. They would then spread to America. They'd become very popular there. So instead of, the big pyramid, this is what they went with, which is what I was sort of describing earlier.
On London's countryside being the final nail in the coffin. So unfortunately, the Park Cemetery beat out the Death Pyramid as the go-to burial method. But could you imagine?
Mother, I miss Grandpappy. Don't you worry, James. Your grandfather will always be watching over you.
Yeah, literally.
In the modern era, many strides have been made towards improving the lives and rights of the LGBT community, resulting in more acceptance of homosexuality in today's culture than ever before. And as with all things, this left the US government with one pressing question. But can we
I'm very curious where this one is going.
weaponize it? In 1994, researchers at Air Force's Wright Laboratory in Ohio set out to do just that, exploring the potential for a gay bomb.
Yeah, he can't get me with this one. I've heard about this one. I've heard about the gay bomb.
No, not the fun kind. We're talking
psychochemical warfare.
In a 3-page proposal to the Department of Defense, they described how the bomb.
Look, the U.S. government has done some crazy stuff since, a lot of crazy stuff, particularly in the 20th century. The FBI, the CIA, the U.S. military, particularly the CIA, they're the standouts in this respect. They have tried a million different insane schemes, plans, projects, inventions. The vast majority of them don't work out, but the vast majority of them are also crazy. And this is one of those projects that the U.S. government has tried that is just, insane. But of course, they still tried it.
Bomb would disperse a gas over enemy camps that would, quote, cause enemy soldiers to become gay and to have their units break down because all their soldiers became irresistibly attractive to one another. Basically, the idea was to help the enemy.
Yeah, Light points out this. We shoot down these very cheap balloons with $400,000 missiles. The amount of money we are spending to shoot down these damn balloons. Imagine them using the gay bomb nowadays, making themselves the bad guys by turning any future action into a hate crime. Well, it's a weird era to do the gay bomb, because we're talking the 1990s, so that's still don't ask, don't tell. So the U.S. military has just recently been like, okay, you can be gay in the military, but do not talk about it, and we are not going to ask about it. And then the first thing they do after that is go straight to the gay bomb. It's like, okay, that's where your head went first, huh? Interesting.
Combatants make love, not war. So we can make war. The document acknowledged that no such chemical existed at that point, but promised further research into the little explored world of pheromones and aphrodisiacs.
Yeah, this is a lot of the U.S. military projects. This doesn't exist at this point, but when it does, we've got it down. We can think of Ronald Reagan's Star Wars proposal, the whole lasers from space and satellite defense system that he wanted to plan. That technology that he imagined would be possible, and so they started preparing for it, is still not possible. That plan cannot happen. So, look, there's something to be said for being ambitious and planning for the future, but there's also something to be said for making plans that were not possible at the time and are still not possible now.
should their $7.5 million proposal get approved. The basis for the idea seems to have originated from how copulants were marketed as aphrodisiacs in perfumes and colognes since the 70s, but that remains more in the realm of pseudoscience, seeing as how the claim was based on just some observations of monkey behavior.
Boner bombs to screw up enemy sniper balance while prone. I think boner bombs are better than the gay bomb. Like, but what did they think was even gonna happen? Like, I guess the idea is that the gay bomb makes them so incredibly horny that they just can't help but fuck each other. Like, what? Really? First off, you really think that's gonna work? Second off, like, what kind of plan is this? This is an insane strategy.
Behavior. Not quite the definition of a serious or controlled scientific study. Regardless, the proposal made its way to the Pentagon, and I like to imagine it went a little something like this. Okay, Corporal, what do you got for me? Proposal for a new nuclear warhead that maximizes radiation damage to farmland. About time, push it forward. The Army wants to weaponize honeybees in Iraq, so they... Yeah, sure, fine. Wright Laboratory gave us this proposal for a gay bomb that... Corporal, are you mad? We are the United States of America.
The gay bomb, countering with a non-binary nuke. I like that even better than a gay bomb. There is something to do with the alliteration, the boner bomb, the non-binary nuke.
For Christ's sake, it is our duty as the leaders of the free world to draw the line on what is just and inhumane. Understood, Major. Consider it scrapped. The FBI think they can overthrow Castro using child sleeper agents and doped up spinner dolphins.
I like that they brought up Castro. This is another... I was talking about all the CIA's ridiculous plans. The CIA attempted to murder Fidel Castro countless times. I mean, it really is ridiculous the number of times they tried to kill him, and in a variety of ways, and they were unsuccessful every damn time. It's actually pretty remarkable how badly they failed at killing Castro, because, they didn't manage to kill him, and he lived out a very long life. The CIA attempted to assassinate him 600 times. Yeah, I didn't know the exact number, but 600, and they failed every single time. He lived his entire life. Jeez.
How else can they have it done? The Department of Defense scrapped the proposal pretty quickly, and the gay bomb never saw any real development.
The closest they ever came was poisoning his milkshake. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting Castro stuff. He was very much into... It was like milk and ice cream and dairy. Like, he wanted special cows in Cuba. I remember hearing this at one point. I don't remember the whole story, but... As Shad phrases it, the man was a maniac for anything related to dairy. He had this weird obsession. Should have dropped a nuke, guaranteed success. Yeah, Cold War America's calling you up. Genius idea. I think I've seen that Salmonella video, and I'm pretty sure that's where I heard about this. Castro's whole dairy obsession.
But I mean, come on, the idea was pretty ridiculous. There's nothing that can just turn any man gay. It's the early 1920s, and America's having a roaring time. They got jazz, that one Fortnite dance.
The 1920s. A perfect era for crazy, weird, unrealistic inventions. I mean, just so much wealth going around. It's never gonna end. Everyone's dancing and partying and listening to jazz. What could possibly go wrong? I don't want to let you guys know. But what crazy inventions did they try to come up with?
And a stock market that could never get depressing. The Great War may be over, but a great age has just begun. Right, Europe? Oh, right, the war happened here. Spare any change? Ew. Unlike the US.
Yeah, it wasn't as fun in Europe. America's Roaring 20s were... Now, of course, we literally talked about this earlier with, say, the Gilded Age. The Roaring 20s... covers up a lot of inequality and poverty, but, there was a lot of partying and wealth and all that fun stuff. Was not nearly as fun in Europe. Particularly, say a country like Germany, they were having a bad time, but so were several European countries dealing with the consequences of the First World War.
The years immediately following World War I didn't prove fruitful for much of Europe. The continent was experiencing a sharp rise in unemployment, overpopulation, and a looming energy crisis. Noting these issues, German architect Hermann Zorgel sought to kill multiple government drones with one stone, using his continent-uniting project, Atlantropa. Now, I know what you're thinking, and no, unfortunately, Atlantropa wasn't a plan for a massive Atlantis-themed water park.
Oh, I mean, that's what it should have been. Yeah, I've never heard of this one before. Sometimes you hear wild news stories, like you remember the North Korean family being arrested in Disneyland? I don't know, I haven't heard that one. I have not heard that one. But not saying it didn't happen. Perhaps it did, but I don't know. I'm not familiar with that, the Disneyland story. Ethan, where are you hiding Atlantis? You know, I do not have the authority to tell you that. You'll have to work it out on your own.
Park. In fact, quite the opposite. Instead of a large influx of water, the project called for the draining of water. A lot of water. Like a sea's worth. Specifically, Zorgel wanted to partially drain the Mediterranean...
The draining of water? The Dutch perk up? Did you say something about draining water? We're on board.
Sea by building a series of dams. The Mediterranean is naturally evaporative, with water flowing in from the Atlantic. A dam across the Strait of Gibraltar would naturally lower the sea level over time, and Zorgel planned to drop it by up to 200 meters, creating over 660,000 square kilometers of new...
Jesus! Look at all the new land they would have. I mean, my goodness. First off, Greece would expand massively. All of those tiny little islands they have, no longer islands. That's just land. Who's the other biggest winner? I mean, Italy would gain a ton of land. Of course, there's a question of who exactly would gain the land. You know, is Croatia going to take it? Or when we have Yugoslavia in the future? Or does I imagine Italy would just try and seize all the new land it would gain around its coast. Yeah, the Adriatic is gone. But who would take the Adriatic? That's the question. Yeah, coming up with borders for different countries would be a nightmare. Yeah, this would be a nightmare scenario. For some, it'd be okay for some countries, but it'd be an absolute nightmare scenario in the Balkans, basically. Also, you know, there'd be beef between France and Spain, and, you know, basically every country. The Gauls, I'm sure, yeah, the Gauls would take it.
New land for living space. Europe and Africa would unite into a new supercontinent, with all its energy needs being met by the new dam, the construction of which would provide the unemployed masses with work for decades. The plan...
Interesting. I mean, they pointed out the Hoover Dam. Yeah, that's what America's doing. America's... although, well, that's not what America's doing. That's what America's going to do in about a decade. When the Great Depression hits, they'll do a lot of building projects. Of course, Europe is already struggling. And so we have this ridiculous plan to combine Europe and Africa, which Africa surely doesn't want. And then, I'm seeing a map here. We have new land. So is it going to be a new country? Is that what I'm learning from this? Or what's going to happen here? Because it's certainly big enough to be a new country, even though it would be completely empty. No development. I mean, it's reclaimed sea. Maybe we just, you know, move the Dutch in. They can, you know, they're good at reclaiming land from the sea. Just have them rebuild it. That wouldn't cause any controversy, I'm sure.
And initially saw a lot of support from the German public, but not so much so from countries actually on the Mediterranean.
Kim Jong-un's brother got assassinated as he attempted to secretly go to Disneyland. Wow. I did not know that. That is a pretty wild story. The Dutch are also good at claiming land in general. Yeah, but particularly claiming land from the sea. They're an eternal enemy and foe. They're going to have a big battle with the sea down the line as water levels continue to rise. Let's see if they can win this one.
This could have something to do with the fact that the fishing villages weren't all that keen on becoming mountain ones, and places like Venice would pretty much lose their entire identity. But come on, ocean views are overrated. Things are great in Germany. Africa wasn't...
Yeah, instead of having a beautiful view over the ocean, you can now have a beautiful view over a barren wasteland that has suddenly been created where the Mediterranean once was. What kind of plan is this?
A fan either. Something about giving Europeans easier access to their lands didn't quite sit right with them. But
yeah. Wow, there are so many different maps on this project. Are they... Oh, yep, a dam, which would create a land bridge between North Africa and Sicily. My goodness. And, you know, of course, the dam at Gibraltar. Extension of the Suez Canal. My goodness. Yeah, we've got a lot of crazy stuff going on here. Apparently it was the second time he tried and failed to go to Disneyland. Damn. Did he get to Disneyland before he was assassinated? Or not? Because, you know, it'd be nice if he finally got his trip to Disneyland. Though he may have been killed before he even got there.
Their opinion mattered about as much as a post on Apple's.
Yeah, I'm glad Light brought it up, because that's what I was thinking too. A land bridge between North Africa and Sicily. The Romans would like to hear more about this plan. Yeah, a lot of people throughout history, particularly the Romans, would very much like to implement this plan. I can't find that. Well, I like to imagine that Kim Jong-un's brother finally made it to Disneyland. Yeah, Carthage would not have had a fun time if the Romans had managed to implement this policy. Of course, you know, no one can implement this policy at any time in history.
Feedback page. Yeah, basically we'd merge together as one continent, and we could build railroads to you guys, making travel extremely convenient. What do you think?
I mean, you know, travel between Europe and Africa already is extremely easy, but, you know, I can imagine that at this point in history, the Africans are like, we do not want any more travel between Europe and Africa. Please leave us alone. Agrippa would have built it, yeah. They should have just gotten Agrippa to do it. He could have easily done it.
I know, great, right? Say, how much concrete do you have? Zorgo later pitched the project to the Nazis after they took over, noting their desire.
I mean, clearly they didn't do this, and I don't know if they considered it, but this is also just the kind of ridiculous pseudo-scientific fictional plan that the Nazis loved. I mean, they loved stuff like this. Something that couldn't possibly work, but sounds good and is sort of an all-encompassing ridiculous plan. I mean, if you added some sort of mythical elements into it, the Nazis absolutely would have signed on. Imagine the Roman Republic giving the gay bomb and no one giving a damn. Yeah, that wouldn't have changed much in Rome, I'll tell you that much.
Desire for living space, but they weren't all that interested in the plan. Damn, why bother creating new land when there is all this land nobody is using?
Yeah, that's true though. You know, in the Germans' quest for Lebensraum, they don't want to create new land. They want to just take lands that other people are already on. Or other people who they see as very much inferior. Apparently the woods next to my old school used to be a V2 launch site. Wow, how about that?
What? Of course, Atlantropa had a few small issues that needed some ironing out, such as catastrophic effects on climate, the mass extinction of Mediterranean marine life, and the lack of enough concrete in the world at the time to actually construct the thing. Oh, and there's a small fact that the homes of millions and the power of an entire continent were solely subject to the proper operation of a single dam holding back a literal ocean. Can you imagine the catastrophe if the squirrel from Ice Age stumbled upon it?
Yeah, you know, disasters at dams are not impossible. You know, not unheard of. They've happened, and they can happen. So, to have a dam literally holding back that amount of water, that sounds incredibly risky. I would not want to be one of those people living in this new valley created by draining the ocean and just, you know, waiting for a crack to appear in the dam, and I get washed away. As a Dutch person, this scares me. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Dennis, you should be afraid. I mean, you've won your battle with the sea in the past, but it is coming back with a vengeance. And, I mean, look, I'm rooting for you guys, but I don't know if you're gonna beat it again.
Zorgo continued to promote his project until his death in 1952, with his beloved Atlantropa losing all its steam with him. But hey, now that the name is open for the taking, I say we try that water park idea.
If our dam burst, half our country would disappear. Uh-oh. Yep, and as Light points out, climate change, I don't know. I mean, look, a lot of places are in trouble due to climate change. Don't worry, plenty of countries. You know, we can look at the United States, for example. Miami is going to be underwater at some point. But yeah, the Netherlands is also in big trouble.
Actually went ahead and took a crack at the design. It's themed after the movie Atlantis: The Lost Empire, which features dynamite-wielding Italians, making it objectively the best animated Disney movie. I'm thinking we can build a thing in Poland, because God knows they deserve a break. If a colossal...
Yeah, we should repurpose this as a theme park instead. We don't actually have to drain the Mediterranean, just do it as the theme park in Poland. How about that? As long as the Swiss are alright. Yep. They're pretty, I mean, they're interior, they're mountainous, pretty high up, so there'll be some of the few people who are alright.
water park can't line up a place that depressing. I don't know what will. Perhaps a gay bomb. Yeah, 10 stars.
Yeah, the Atlantopa theme park plus a gay bomb. That would fix everything, I think. Alright, that's our final reaction of the day. We're done with the reactions. We can chat a little bit for a couple of minutes before we go, if you have anything you want to talk about, but we will be sort of tapering everything off. It's been 3 hours, 45 minutes. I feel like every new live stream I do, we go longer than before. And let me tell you, talking for almost 4 hours, your voice starts to go after a bit. Roman generals tier list. Oh, well, let me get right to that. Like, as if that's not going to take like 5 hours to get done. I will tell you, I definitely want to do a Roman generals tier list in the future. I'm thinking maybe our next stream, or I'm not going to commit to anything, but a Roman generals tier list would be fun. That's definitely going to be a stream that we do. But you know it's going to be, I mean, depending on how consoles, yeah, a Roman generals tier list would be great. Consoles is insane, too many. The other one is the Emperor tier list. Yeah, I would like to do a generals Emperor's tier list. I think Emperor's is the first one to do. I'm hoping to do that soonish. So stay tuned for the Roman Emperor's tier list live stream. I think that one would be a lot of fun. But, I mean, I say consoles isn't possible because there's so many. True, but also Emperors. Depending on how many Emperors we do, that could legitimately be split into, like, 2 different streams. I mean, how far are we going? You know? Are we going from the first till the fall of Constantinople? That would take a very long time. Plus, my knowledge on most Byzantine emperors is extremely lacking. So I think we would probably go to through the fall of the West, and maybe 27 BC to 476 AD. Yeah, I agree with that. I think we could do a couple of Byzantine emperors, a couple of the ones I'm familiar with, Justinian, Heraclius. But yeah, I think we largely do Rome through to the fall of the West, with maybe a couple of Eastern Roman emperors. Even that, I think, would take us a very long time. A very long time. Oh, man. Honorius Tiber fish bait. Well, I know that, you guys all have your own opinions, and, we were looking at some tier lists in the Discord recently. I feel like I promoted the Discord plenty throughout this stream. If you're not in the Discord, then join the Discord, Ah, Dennis, I see you joined the Discord. Beautiful. I'm seeing there's some chatter that's been going on in the Discord while I've been streaming. I will be checking on it once I'm done. Behave yourselves, everybody. Dennis the legend. Yeah, the Discord's a good time. We talk about some history, talk about the channel, all that good stuff. Why are you the legend? I have no idea. I think Light has appointed you the legend. Titus Pullo tier list. What does that even mean? I will say I'm very much enjoying watching through HBO's Rome. I'm having a real good time with that. if you guys haven't seen, the third unedited episode is up on the Patreon. It's been fun so far, and I'm hoping that the edited reaction to Rome episode 3 will be up on the YouTube next week. But I'm telling you, the copyright is so annoying because I try and show you guys as much as possible, so I'm always trying to push the line. But then what happens is I have to end up doing like 3 different edits because they all get blocked. Here's the thing, it's not only that they get copyright claimed, which would mean I don't make any money, which is annoying but not the worst thing, but they get blocked. So they won't even let me show them to you. So I basically have to cover almost everything I show, and only then will it let it go through, which is why it takes so long to edit the edited reactions. Yeah, Dennis, you don't worry, man. You don't have to be great at history to be a part of the community. I mean, there's tons of historical topics I know nothing about. I enjoy learning from a lot of you guys, learning from each other. It's a fun time. And it is, yeah, HBO Rome's awesome. Doesn't try to portray Rome as a perfect marble city. That's one of the things I like the most about it so far. I'm only on episode 3. But I feel like they really show the reality of Roman life. They're doing a great job of doing that. Yeah, I could do a timer reaction. I don't know. I just like keeping it more like a traditional reaction. And plus, I already have the unedited ones up on Patreon. So if people really want to watch it all the way through, they can go up on Patreon. I think I like the system of, the full unedited reaction up on Patreon and then the edited one on YouTube. And I think what I'm learning is, now I'm editing the 3rd episode, is that I just have to be as conservative as possible with what I show, and I have to cover most of the stuff I show. So I'm hoping that now that I know that, the editing process won't take as long, because now I can sort of calibrate for that. Shame it was canceled. Yeah. I mean, I'm on episode 3, so I've got a long way to go. So only show conservative senators. Yeah, exactly. I only show parts of the show that Cato appears in. I love how they portray Roman life. Like, I feel like they really show it real, down to earth. I like how much they show the institution of slavery, because it's unavoidable when you're looking at Roman life, but oftentimes we don't talk about it. And then I really like how they portray the characters. I've said this before, and I know a lot of y'all agree with me. It's not necessarily about 100% historical accuracy. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for an authentic depiction of the characters that feels real to how they actually were. The dates don't have to be right, and even, artistic liberties are fine. They can make up events, have things happen out of order, whatever. Just as long as it feels real, feels authentic to the people, the places, what actually happened. And it seems to me like they're doing a good job. I think their portrayal of Cicero is great. Always coming out with his little sayings. Cato just absolutely behaves like the moralistic, self-righteous conservative who refuses to compromise. Antony, I gotta say, and those of you who have seen episode 3 on the Patreon know this, but, I mean, Antony is a drunken fool, a ding-dong, but there's something quite endearing with how they portray him. I can't help but like him a little bit. Like, he's amusing to watch. That is true, Dennis. Antony did some wild and wacky stuff. I'm liking, I'm very curious to see the evolution of Octavian, how he grows throughout the 2 seasons. Because Octavian's fascinating to me. I was very happy to do the OSP Age of Augustus reaction recently. I finally got to talk about Augustus and his reign as emperor, which, we don't get to talk about very much. Because we talk about Octavian a lot, but more in a late Republican context. Yes, I do remember when Antony ran around naked during Lupercalia. I cannot. I mean, I know it's a cultural difference, but I just cannot believe he volunteered himself to do that. Lupercalia, first off, one of the weirdest celebrations I've heard of. And then the fact that Antony was like, you know what, I'm getting in there. Like, okay, yeah, well, go ahead, I guess. HBO Rome follows real history quite well. They take some liberties here and there, try to portray the characters' personalities to non-history fans. Yeah, that seems true to me, you know? Like, I do think they're trying to give us a real understanding of the Roman vibes. That's a good way to put it. Like, for example, they showed Octavian's trek up to see Caesar, and he gets captured by Gauls. That didn't happen in real life. In real life, Octavian did make a similar trek to go see Caesar in Iberia. So it's sort of mirroring that. It's also giving us an idea of what really happened, but while taking artistic liberties. We need to bring back Saturnalia. Yeah, I don't know about that. I would love to know more about Lepidus. He's always the third guy, and I'm always like, there must be more to Lepidus, but there never is more to Lepidus. You know, so I would love to learn more about him, but it seems like there's not much more to know. Sad news. Looks like Jimmy Carter's on his last legs. Really? I mean, he's pretty damn old, eh? He has lived a long life. I haven't heard any news about him being on his last legs, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, controversial presidency. I would argue he wasn't super great as a president, but he did some good work outside of his presidency. He did. That's my inner Star Wars fan coming out in terms of wanting everything to line up. No, I get it. It doesn't bother me as much, you know. First off, I don't consume a whole lot of like historical fiction or like historical media outside of like the YouTube videos and the reactions. Though I think now that we're starting with Rome, I'm probably going to do a lot more historical shows and movies down the line. But I'm not one of those guys who gets bothered with like inaccuracy. What bothers me is if it doesn't feel true to what they're portraying. I don't mind if the events are necessarily out of order or not accurate. For me, they just have to characterize the people correctly. They have to show the world as it was. It has to feel authentic. That's what gets under my skin if they fail at that. Yeah, no, I mean, Lepidus got a good retirement. Absolutely. But I feel like we just don't know that much about him, you know? And yeah, I think Light's exactly right. He must have been savvy and intelligent and competent. You know, he must have been more than how he's been portrayed. We just don't know. I guess we just don't have the sources for it. There must be more to Lepidus than we know. I'm sure he was pretty satisfied with his retirement. Although, once again, we don't know enough to say. But he did pretty well for himself in the end. And I think, we don't know much about Lepidus. He's always that third guy, and so we often tend to underestimate him. But it's kind of hard to say where he should be estimated because we don't know enough to say. And his, rebellion against Octavian, which didn't even really get off the ground, that ended pretty... I mean, it didn't even happen at all. Like you said, he got outmaneuvered by Octavian. I mean, look, Octavian has a lot of flaws, but you're going up against Octavian, a battle of political wits. You're probably going to lose. Yeah, maybe Lepidus did want a good and chill retirement without caring about his legacy. Maybe he did. Well, we will probably never know. Pretty much everyone was outmaneuvered by Octavian. This is true. And I think, Octavian went up against formidable foes. I think there's sometimes a belief that it's like, oh, yeah, well, Octavian, who did he go up against? Like Lepidus, the Lepidus who didn't do anything, and the bumbling Mark Antony. It's like, no, I think Lepidus was pretty capable, and Mark Antony, though he could be a little bumbling, he was good at what he did. He was a military man, far more of a military man than Octavian was. So Octavian absolutely outmaneuvered everybody, with the help of Agrippa, of course. Yeah, Octavian's military failures in the Sicilian campaign, pretty embarrassing. Thank God for Agrippa. That's why they're the perfect pairing. What would come later, Justinian Belisarius, we have a very similar pairing before of Octavian and Agrippa. Octavian handles the politics, an absolute political mastermind. Agrippa handles the military mastermind, Napoleon and Berthier. Yeah, we have I always like those pairings, those duos throughout history. They're very interesting. Napoleon and Berthier, Octavian and Agrippa, Justinian, Belisarius. Who else do we have? Honestly, the Scipio brothers. One that randomly came to mind is Marx and Engels. Regardless of your thoughts, there's another pretty influential pairing of two men. Of course, you can talk about pairings of people in a military context or a non-military context. Blown apart by tiny media. Oh yeah, I think you suggested that a while ago. Yeah, I'll take a look. I take a look at everything that's suggested. The issue is that, like I said, I've got reactions scheduled, I don't know, probably into April at this point. I have them scheduled. So that's like a, not unchangeable, but I have reactions planned for that amount of time. And then the list of reactions I have to do that aren't scheduled is ridiculously long. So when I get a suggestion for something, it's like I add it to the list, I take a look at it, but the chance that I actually do it within the next month is extremely low. It's almost as if this Ethan guy has a life beyond reacting to videos. Yeah. Yeah, there's only so much I can get to. 3:30 in India. Shad's got to go. Yeah, I'm going to go as well. We've gone 4 hours this stream. This is our first stream over 4 hours. It goes longer every time, I'm telling you. And I know my voice is probably going to hurt after this. Good stream, everybody. Thank you all for checking in. I already promoted the Discord. Check out the Patreon if you haven't already. You can get HBO Rome episodes there. Hope you guys had a good time this stream. I had a good time with this one. We had some good reactions. I'm hoping we have another stream soon. We had some good laughs. Yes, we did. We might have a stream next weekend if I can make it work. No promises, but if I do, I'll announce it in a community post and in the Discord, so y'all will see it there. All right, anyway, good stream, everyone. Thanks for tuning in, and I